Hello and good evening and welcome to the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee of the 24th of March 2026. We've got a very packed, interesting and varied agenda tonight. But I just wanted, as chair, and I'm sure the committee will agree with me, just to give congratulations to everyone who supported the Great British Spring Clean events across Medway this week. So it's been really good to see over the last couple of weeks our voluntary and faith groups and many other groups getting involved in making sure that we have a Medway that we can be proud of. I'm sure we'll mention the Pride in Place funding and the programme and the announcements in Medway in one of the subsequent items, but it is good to note that. So, first of all, in terms of business, have we got any apologies for absence at all today? Councillor Hine.
Thank you, Chair. Just to say, I'm here substituting for Councillor Gary Etheridge tonight. Thank you.
Yes. Councillor Spring.
Evening, Chair. I'm substituting for Councillor Doe.
Councillor Nesterova.
Good evening. I'm substituting for Councillor Pick, I think. Yeah.
Yep, excellent. And we've got I understand two members may be slightly delayed getting here, Councillor Williams and Councillor Campbell, but they will join us in due course. Okay, on to item 2. Can I sign the record of the meeting held on the 20th of January 2026 as correct? Agreed. Thank you. Urgent items, there are none. Declarations of interest and disclosable pecuniary interests and other significant interests. Are there any such declarations? Excellent. Okay, well, thank you very much. So we'll go on to item 5, which is the attendance of the portfolio holder for economic and social regeneration and inward investment. So, Councillor Mahill, can you give a very brief introduction to your item?
Sure. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the welcome. I hope the report is helpful. I will do a really quick canter through it rather than go through it in any detail, but I appreciate the opportunity to be here at tonight's committee. I did think I was special, however, it looks like you've got a whole bunch of others following me, so I will be really, really quick with this. So my areas that are covered as in the portfolio are outlined there: employment, social regeneration, inward investment, market, small business, tourism, town centres. And it's been a great year, so the background covers that. The report also covers the political leadership and challenge, the championing of the interests of service users of Medway residents, and so that includes all of the various boards like Business for Medway and the SPF board meetings and the town centre meetings, the key service areas, town centres, markets, including all the town centres as listed, which I won't go through in any great detail unless asked about. And the other bits that are covered are investment, the various pieces of investment that we've put forward, the strategy, and the social regeneration, as well as the rest in item, the tourism section on 6.8. So that covers all of the subheadings. I'm not going to go through all of it. So looking forward to your questions. So please do.
Okay. I just wanted to, obviously, in addition to your report that set out that, obviously, we've had the announcement this week that Medway's been awarded £60 million across 3 areas for Pride in Place funding, including Luton, Twiddle and Reed Common as part of particularly in Strood. So I just wondered whether there's any opportunity to comment, and also one question I've seen stated elsewhere, and I think some people have been asking, as somebody who represents an adjacent ward, what scope is there to actually potentially amend areas and making sure that they fit local economies and local social infrastructure?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was trying to think about what's the the prime opportunity to get across the good news. So yeah, it's fantastic news for Medway. That's £60 million worth of investment coming into Medway to residents in our Pride in Place programme. And with your question in particular with regards to adjacent areas, so the areas that you've outlined, so Twiddle, Luton, and we also have Reed Common. There is scope within the early guidance about looking at how the scope can be larger than just those areas, providing it's a need that's sort of identifiable through the community. So this is very much in the way that the earlier Pride in Place program has been set out in other areas. So it is very community driven. So it will be led by the community, and that scope can be defined by the community as well. So there is a considerable scope to go outside, but not just outside, but linked areas to the three that I mentioned. But all in all, it is great news that we've got a government investing in our towns and looking at Pride in Place and looking at how to make communities at the heart of that decision making process. Thank you.
Thank you. Any member? Councillor.
Yeah, thank you for the report. I think, what really comes out for me is partnership working, and true partnership working that has impact. The number of different groups of business owners, of local community voices that are coming together. I wanted to particularly focus on the skills strategy. I noted in 3.4 the kind of impact of apprenticeships there in 6.5.5, the skills and employability plan, and then 6.8.7 a talk about construction. And I wanted to ask about the part we're playing in meeting local skills need and then regional skills need as a local authority, and the mapping of that work. We're obviously aware of the quite significant government changes recently to prioritise skills funding, particularly on the under 25s and particularly on NEETs. So I'm really interested in what we're doing, particularly to upskill our younger population, and particularly, I know it's mentioned a little bit in there, but a little bit more around how we're really pivoting our skills work around what our community needs and the support of our needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cook. That's probably a question that could take up the entirety of the meeting, frankly, but I will focus as much as I can and be succinct as I can. With the changes in government, the focus from apprenticeships, which is sort of now more focusing towards NEETs and looking at being more targeted, something that is supported locally here. A lot of that work is going through our post-16 information and advice and guidance service. So we're engaging with young people through a number of different work streams as the local authority. And all of it is really with the aim of reducing NEET numbers. So we've got a team that's delivering targeted work with specific groups of young people, and one of the focus areas that we're looking at is elective home education. We're finding that transition, especially sort of that year 11 transition from year 11 to the world of work, specifically in the elective home education, is one of particular focus for us. We're also receiving a bit of information about young people dropping out in college. So the dropout rates seem to be increasing in sixth form courses. The exact cause of that is not really fully well understood, but there is some work looking, which I'll go into in a bit, that is looking at that in particular. So it's important that we're getting our young people enrolled in these courses and making sure that they finish and they move on to appropriate work for them. So that appropriate support and guidance is really important. But particular initiatives that are being delivered in Medway with focus to NEETs, and sorry, I'm going to have to use a bit of a list because there's a fair few. So we've got a pilot project with CXK where we're delivering additional support to secondary schools. And once again, the targeting is really key here. So we're looking at the worst performance in relation to NEETs. This is a rolling project, and so far it's funded for 3 years. So it will work with 3 schools, and it's focusing on NEET prevention at an earlier stage. looking for appropriate advice and career educational progression. We've got the implementation of Kent Choices. We've, as said before, we've got a project focusing on elective home education and using things like a common Facebook page for parents, which is actually, the take-up of that is quite high. I think it's something close to around about 50% actually take it up. We've got a youth offending pilot whereby all Year 11 young people under the younger offending team are contacted, similar to the EHE cohort. And we have a opportunities fair that we're running in the Pentagon. So on the 1st of April, please do come along. So that once again is where we're putting together trainers and providers and employers that will have stalls available at the Pentagon to engage with young people. So that's a particular focus for us. We've got functional skills delivered, English and maths to NEET via Medway Adult Education. That's been ongoing. I hope everyone on the committee would know about that. We're also running a retail training and work experience program. But one of the things that one of the ones that sort of covers all areas, in particular skills shortages, needs, and actual real practical help, is the work that we've done in partnership as MDC, or sitting with MDC, and working with O'Halloran and O'Brien, who are our construction partners with MDC, looking at pre-employment. So that is a 2-week course with a lot of young people that fall in the category of NEETs. And so we've just gone through our first cohort, going through our second, and it is really heartening to read actually the case studies out of that program. They go through a course which they cover a whole bunch of training modules, but by the end of it, they leave there with their CSCS card. Somewhere at home, I have my application for my CSCS card from about 20 years ago. I really wish I'd filled it in and actually given it and joined my dad on the construction site. But these cohorts of young people are actually getting that qualification. And I'm pleased to say that actually with the case studies that I've seen, and they've actually gained employment as a result of it. So that's something that's really quite targeted. That is something that's very practical. It's something that ends with a qualification, and it's working alongside everything that we've been doing in Medway Adult Education, as well as all the other streams that we're working on. So it is a really targeted approach, but the scale of the problem, it's quite big. It's quite big. So I can list all of this, and you know, we were in a situation where the rest of Europe 10 years ago, people were talking about, you know, youth unemployment being sort of a plague in sort of southern and Eastern European countries, and we were kind of somewhat shielded from that. We really didn't have that, but that's not the case anymore. So that is something that we've constantly have to attack. So sorry for the rambling sort of explanation, but there is a lot of work being done on that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. And I think we're probably at the start of something national that will have a big impact in Medway. And I think exactly what you said around that partnership work with kind of short courses, apprenticeship units. I think there's a lot more that's going to come, particularly with our partner employers around that piece of work.
If I may, that just sort of does remind, there is the larger piece of work is the Get Kent and Medway working, which is part of the national drive with the Get Britain Working program, which is going to be key. It's not quick, but it does tie it all together. So we've had a period since the 80s of not looking at industrial strategies, and all of a sudden that's all anyone can talk about is industrial strategies, whereas our industrial strategy for looking at skills in that pipeline, it disappeared. It went for a walk for a while, and now we're back with industrial strategies at the heart of how we focus on employment and skills, but it's going to take some time.
Thank you. Councillor Nestorov.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Mayhew, for your report. It's very interesting to read. A big theme of the report seems to be that you're delivering quite a lot with very limited resources, which is very nice to see, very nice. I want to speak more about Gillingham Task Force that was created and basically other town center partnership that were created since you become portfolio that didn't exist before that. Can you expand more of how this coordinated effort helps the community and helps antisocial behavior, helps the town centers, everything? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nestor. Yeah, sure. So the Gillingham Task Force is an exemplar. It really well and truly is. So we inherited a situation which, so financially, yes, we were in a very perilous place, but we also inherited, we had regeneration happening with the LUF funding, which was great. You know, we'll take funding from wherever we can get it. So regeneration was mainly focused in Chatham as the city centre, and there's a, you know, the really good work done with that. We can list all the projects, but we then had to look at what it was we could do with our town centres outside of Chatham as the town centre. Now, and I would love to take credit for it, but it really was Nashaba Khan, who's now the MP for Gillingham, who started that focus for Gillingham and set that up when she was a councillor, and so really wanted to put the focus on Gillingham as an area that sort of was somewhat overlooked in previous administrations. So it really is an exemplar, the Gillingham Gillingham Task Force. So if you just even looking at the list that is in the report of what's covered, and you really have to come to some of these meetings to see, essentially it's almost sort of recreating like a mini council, but actually getting things done in a task and finished sort of way. So we've got the Kent Police who are regularly there, and we've already seen traders in Gillingham Town Centre mention, yes, that the police are there quite regularly. I saw them 2 days ago when I was there with their cars, and that's there to gather the intelligence, gather the information that we need, but also focus on the areas that traders are telling us are worse hit. The focus on derelict vacant properties, that's already underway. So that is something that is we're seeing an actual result with, but what we're really waiting for is an announcement at some point about the ex-McDonald's site. I'm not sure if you're aware of where that used to be. We're trialling the ANPR on the High Street with a 6-month trial there. We're also connecting the various services in the council to work more sort of targeted. Now that would sound easy to do because, you know, we're already a council, but actually, as any council up and down the country will tell you, actually it's really hard in terms of coordinating action on a specific area when it's siloed out to different areas. And so it's really having an effect. And we are also putting communities at the heart of this. And one of the outcomes of the task force was also developing the community panel. So they've got their sort of priorities and what they want to work on. And as a result, you know, lo and behold, with the amount of lobbying that not only Nashaba Khan in Gillingham and Raynham, but also in Rochester and Strubord, Lauren Edwards MP, and also with Tristan Osborne MP in Chatham and Elsford, with the efforts we have seen the funding come with Pride in Place. So that's 60 million that can really back up some of that work that's already being laid out on the ground. So we know what we want, the community knows what they want, they know what we can deliver, and now there's some funding coming along to back that up, and it's a real effort. Yeah, it's a real effort of all the partners working together.
Thank you. I have just one more question, if I may. It's very encouraging to see that 84% of businesses that surveyed in Medway says that Medway is a good place to do business in.
Mm-hmm.
And
it is.
As well, I saw that the one-on-one business support advisor was raised from 1 to 8. How is all this helping startups in Medway, and are we getting more of those? And
absolutely. So look, the support for business in Medway really is but there's not really a comparison in other authorities. So, for example, we have our shopfront grants. So people were, I remember some people being cynical about that. We've already had 47 applications. So that's £160,000 worth of funding that has been applied for, right? So that is already there. We've doubled the Partners for Growth grant from 1,000 to 2,000. So if there's a small firm that wants to be able to, get a little bit of training that can get some more employment in, that can sort of, that £2,000 being the difference between being able to employ someone extra or not, that's there as well. We've got the free net zero audits for larger companies. We have that one-to-one, free one-to-one advice service for businesses hosted at Ascend and Dragon Co-working. So centrally located in Medway, free for businesses. And I'd really, really recommend that anyone in the committee, if you know businesses that could benefit from that, please do get them in touch. Or even if you know someone that has an idea and then wants to test it out, so, pre-startup. So there's one example, this happened 2 days ago. And it just literally just come to mind now. So young adult, young male, who's left school, insanely bright, really, really, really clever, did further maths and then did maths and then actuarial science in university, has an idea in terms of how to use his, I don't want to go into, because I don't want to give his secrets away, but looking at how he can use the blockchain and how he can use his understanding of actuarial science and looking at contracts and how that can be automated in a way that you can provide better value contracts at a cheaper price than sort of an adjuster coming in and manually looking at it. Initially, I was skeptical, but I had a chat with him and went through it. And actually, on the face of it, it sounds, like groundbreaking. It really, really, really does. And he lives in Medway. And yeah, lives in Medway, is here, wants to take the next step. And I had somewhere to say, look, actually, Roger, who does the one-to-one guidance, actually has a background that can help with advice that he has. So I can point him towards to that guidance, and he's got his appointment booked. He'll be doing it, and who knows? Maybe that could be the first sort of type of firm doing that type of work, and the first one would be in Medway. If it happens, I'll buy shares. So yeah, it's some really, really good news.
Excellent, thank you. Councillor Hine.
Thank you, Chair. Just going back really to what Councillor Cook mentioned about NEETs and skills in Medway. Recent data has shown that about 24% of 16 to 17-year-olds in Medway have an unknown status with NEETs. We don't know what they do. We don't know if they're in education, training, whatever. I just would like to ask, why, I think the council needs to work harder in identifying those young people that aren't doing anything. They're sitting at home playing Fortnite or whatever. But, we need to do more to find those almost 2,000 young people who are not contributing anything to society. So, yeah, that's that. And the other thing, on Mid-Kent College, we know that the capacity for vocational courses there is pretty much at capacity now. Is there any work that your team is doing to increase the provision of vocational courses throughout Medway or at the college, perhaps, to drive down that growth in NEETs that we're seeing?
Sure, thank you. I would just to start off, I would like to push back against the characterization of young people as just, not just, I know you're not saying all young people, so I'm not trying to be unfair to you, but this, a cohort that will just want to sit there and play Fortnite or sort of, not contribute anything to society. I think it's I hope you don't mind me saying, it's a lazy characterization of young people. I think if you have a look at what's happening, it's not like all of a sudden everyone's just found Fortnite and they just want, although that's at least 10 years old as an example. But it's not like this has just happened overnight and all of a sudden we have a lazy cohort that's just come round. That's just not the case. There are sort of systemic reasons as to why this is happening. The exact reasons sort of for the increase are not known. However, one of the things that we are doing is working with the Department of Education for a pilot specifically for Medway. So this is quite new, this news, which will be looking at the factors that are underlying. So before we can, before we start with the characterizations and before we can actually sort of, and although we are doing targeted work, which I outlined when Councillor Cook had her question, we need to know what the factors are and how to address them specifically. And so that's why that pilot project, I'm hoping, will yield some really interesting results. And as a part of that, maybe even looking at the cohort that you're mentioning, the ones where we don't have information. I would say statistically, just looking at any census or any statistics or any set of data, there's always going to be a group that you will not know, and you will be missed off the radar in some way. So, for example, some of it might be down to the increasing rates of elective home education. For example, that could be one of the reasons, because that is increasing, and we're once again not sure why. That's there. With regards to the second part of your question, in terms of vocations and working with Mid-Kent College, I didn't want to mention it because it's so new that it's. That's great. I'll mention it. So we're I'll just tell you. Well, if Councillor Lawrence says so, then I will. So we are in very, very early discussions with Mid-Kent College about looking at where I mentioned that fair, but looking at entrepreneurship, looking at markets and incubation of ideas, particularly for young people. So it could be something where we have a market fair or a fair for young people with their ideas and bring them out to market in some kind of a way. It's very early, but these are the kind of projects that we're working with our partners with. And yeah, so you're right on the money. So that those vocational skills, but not just the vocational skills, but also entrepreneurship is something that we're pushing with the team, and whatever levers we can pull to increase the vocational roles available, we will. So for example, with MDC, that program where we're getting construction skills looked at specifically, we're looking at how to increase that already. So those sort of questions are already underway, but you're right, we could always do more. We can always do more. And for full sort of I won't say transparency, but back to Councillor Nestor, yes, it's great that Medway businesses are saying 84%. That's not really good enough. Yeah, it's not really good. Did I take your question? I think I did. So yeah, it's not really good enough. The 84%, I want higher. Right, I want higher, and so we're looking at ways of doing that. But I will hold on to that because I think that will be helpful for Councillor Lawrence's questions. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
As trailed, thank you. Councillor Lawrence, you're next.
Segued straight in there, Chair. Thanks, Harinder. It was a really interesting report to read. I think it shows the council can be an enabler, given the fact it doesn't have a lot of money to spend. I think what I wanted to focus in on, there's an awful lot in this report about grant funding and central government money. The thing that's really missing is, and the only thing that's going to really change Medway, is inward private sector investment. Business is already here investing and expanding. So come on, give us a number. You guys have been in power for 3 years now. What's the total value of the private sector inward investment into Medway, and how many jobs have we actually created?
Councillor Lawrence, I 100% agree with you that it can't just be about grant funding, and the focus has to be on the private initiatives of companies that and firms that decide to invest in Medway. And so in that honesty, I'll also tell you I don't have the number and figure to hand, so I can get that to you. So with that, with regards to inward investment, it is something that is being, so I think it was referred into in the report. So our strategy, our place strategy, Medway 2041, is the one that we'll be looking at, and we'll be looking at inward investment. And so one of the key bits of that, which we've been working with officers with, is looking at investable propositions that we have in Medway, so that when we have potential investors, we have a list of investable propositions ready to go. So that's one of the things. This is background work that is needed before we can sort of trial, before we can, essentially go out to market with Medway. And I want to make sure that that is done right. So a lot of work is currently being undergone. That strategy will be coming out very soon. So it is in draft form at the moment. So we'll be going through that. There is also other bits of work at the same time. So there was the investor partnership panel in Gillingham as part of the task force that we already mentioned. So already spoken to businesses on a sort of a very early phase. So once again, we've had sort of early indications from people like, so a lot of education partners, so I'm not actually going to name them. So we've got educational partners that want to look at how they can work more closely with us, but also private firms as well. So I will hopefully get you a number and get that sort of specific question answered. Don't have its hand at the moment, but the work is being undergone, so that next year the focus for myself and my team will be the inward strategy piece, because it has been up till date much more focused around markets, town centres, small businesses, etc., and looking at how to sort of help with grant funding, because that was quite immediate and that was quite something that we could get done with. Now, with the play strategy and inward investment, it's taking longer because the work is that much more substantial.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. It'd be useful data for us to have, actually. Be even more useful if you set yourself a target for inward investment, because it'll challenge you and it'll challenge officers as well. Just on the innovation park, have we given up on the innovation park in terms of business development? Because I know we're going to let a part of it, and I'm assuming that's to an existing business within Medway. But I think the last Conservative administration had high hopes for the IPM, but we've done very little with the site since you guys have been in charge, except for mothball it. So what's your big idea, other than a care home that's going to cost us 150 odd million pounds, are we going to do with the innovation park?
Well, yeah, you mentioned the care home. I would like to say that is very much needed in Medway. I spoke about it at the last budget meeting. The idea that we don't have an aging population. It's just, it's just not true, is it? Well, we absolutely do. We have to provide for it. So Innovation Park, Medway, conversations are still ongoing, but there will be news to announce for that. The characterization of not really having done much with it under our administration, that's not quite true. It was the failure of the previous administration to actually realize it at all. And once again, I've said this before, Councillor Lawrence, that I don't bemoan the previous administration trying. Right, that is, the aspiration was good and actually has not been given up on. So, although the aspiration for everything that it was trying to do is correct, the application of it was proven not to be correct. So the aspiration of getting innovation growing and getting that kind of business is still an aspiration that we have, but it's probably best delivered by a development partner and looking at different models for delivery, and that might be more dispersed than sort of maybe a 1990s sort of version of a business park, which is, I mean, it was perhaps on the on the end of as an idea. It wasn't something that was really going to work. But I would also, to be fair again, COVID happened. So as a result, the market changed. And so I'm just trying to be fair to the previous administration, but it obviously has to change. So we're not looking at that kind of model, but I think we have Councillor Curry amongst the many on this smorgasbord of people that are going to be spoken about, and he can cover about what our plans are there. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for acknowledging that the last administration did make an effort, and thank you for mentioning COVID, because Labour politicians they never mention COVID anymore because it didn't happen. Just sort of swiftly moving on, because we've got quite a lot to get through. Just tidying up the Visit Kent liquidation. Have we sort of catalysed exactly what our losses were, crystallised what our losses were on that? We got any idea? We may not have made a loss.
No, so we've repackaged it, and so it is now Brand Kent. So before any money was given to the previous outfit, the contract was wound, and we started with a new one. So
okay, so no losses.
I don't want to be held to account next time, and you say actually. So I'll get that information.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
But the important focus for us there was to secure the IP, which we have done.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think we absolutely would support some investment in selling Medway and Kent. I know it's a joint venture with Kent County Council, unfortunately, but we definitely need to be pushing the area because we've got some marvellous culture here.
I think we both agree. We want Kent to hit the headlines for some good reasons, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think just going back to the point about the Innovation Park, obviously our esteemed MPs are pushing a lot around things like AI. I think Lauren and Tris talk about AI all the time, but I think we need to be very careful because the IPM, which was built for high-tech businesses, hasn't been a success. So I hope our MPs will look at promoting vocation trades as well as high-tech, because in the new AI world, what everyone's telling us is the safe jobs are going to be vocational jobs, not middle management, white-collar jobs going forward. So I just flag that as a bit of a warning. So just swiftly moving on the Connect to Work outcomes, it's good to see we're trying. I absolutely support that. But only 1% of those who've signed up have actually got a paying job.
Sorry, right? For which program?
Yeah, I mean, do we? I mean, the engagement and everything else is really positive. But are you satisfied with that outcome? And have you set yourself a target for what would look good in that? From that one program.
So the Connect to Work program does have its own set target. So like I said, we can always shoot beyond that. With the scope of the Connect to Work is actually quite a long. It's quite a long process. So if it's a 1% for now, yeah. Well, no, it's not bureaucracy. It's a schedule of program and training that's important. So it's a different set of outcomes that you'd expect from, saying, getting your CSCS card and getting employment using a partner like we have with O'Halloran and O'Brien. It's much more. Firstly, it's much more difficult. The target of people of the cohort that they're targeting, but it's also much more in-depth focus, and it does look at much, for want of a better word, stickier barriers to entry for work. So barriers that people that find difficult to overcome, and so it might be, for example, PTSD from ex-servicemen, for example. It's difficult work, but it needs to be done. So, and that's why I think, and I'm probably wrong, but I believe it's something like a 20-week program. So if it's 1% for now, I'd be interested to see where it's at in a year's time.
Yeah, I also think we should look at, of that 1%, how many of those have stayed in work for a period of time.
Absolutely.
And the cost of creating those jobs and that investment, because I think these are really important numbers. You know, I'm very, as you know, I love a bit of data, but we need to find a thing that works. If we do the analysis, it may well be that we can replicate that in other areas.
I'm trying to think of something I disagree with here, and I just can't. This is why we're best friends.
Good.
Cool.
Yeah, we are. We are. I have no issues. Just,
Councillor Lawrence, can we obviously appreciate we've got a lovely
I know, Chair, but your colleagues have had a chance, so I'm going to plough on. Thank you. Just on I was interested to read about the refresh strategy.
Sorry,
The refresh strategy, this new, I mean, it's come out of nowhere, that one. I mean, you guys have probably been working on it quietly for some time, but are you going to actually be dealing with the contraction in the local labour market and increases in costs for businesses? Is that going to feature in there?
I would hope so, but once again, if that's something you'd like me to come back with some more information, I'm happy to. Councillor Lawrence.
I'm going to move to Councillor Spring.
I'm sorry, I just have one more question.
Oh, one more, yeah.
I'm sorry, yeah. We all knew it was going to be a long meeting, so let me get on with it. I do well. The Conservative Group welcomes the £60 million that's flowing into Medway. I think what I would really ask you directly is that when that money starts coming in, we actually do set up, you know, a proper programme board that'll involve members, officers from across the council, because you alluded to the fact that sometimes getting things coordinated is really important, and what we don't want is silos of
Absolutely
everywhere, and also community. So I hope that we can agree that we can set up a programme board, because we do need proper scrutiny of where that money is going to be spent. And one final plea on this is that, can we please focus on investing in people as well as place? Because if we don't invest in people, we won't change the area. All we'll do is we have nice shiny things, but no one, you know, will be equipped for work. And, you know, it's that type of thing that I would really like us to look at as well as part of that programme.
yes.
Thank
I suppose, yeah. No,
Thank
to
you.
save time, yes.
Yeah, thank you. We just got Councillor Spring, then Councillor Campbell, and we'll draw to close at that point.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may be obliged with two questions, sir.
Well,
So
we've had 10, so two's
Pardon?
fine. We've had 10.
Two's good then. That's excellent. Thank you. I just want to talk about the Pride in Place investment, which was just awarded £2 million a year over the next 5 years, 10 million. Yeah, 2 million times 5, 10 million. Yeah. And I really don't want to be negative about it. And I think that many of our small, medium business owners do a good and sometimes a fantastic job, because they create employment, they bring money in and rates and everything else into our borough. And they also risk a lot. So kudos to every single one of those. But my concern or question is, how do you solve up the boarded up shops? The shop, when they're open, are either financially sound to open and trade, or they're not. Current market trends caused by internet shopping, increased staffing costs, increased rates, rents, energy costs, make it not necessarily a viable option to open. And I acknowledge that there's a lot of work to be done under the Pride in Place funding. So I'm simply going to repeat the question: how are we going to solve the boarded up shops?
Thank you. That's a great question. So this is work that we're already undertaking. So if you consider the task force as a pilot to some of the boards that we're going to be looking to set up for the Pride in Place funding, we've got an officer specifically for vacant properties, which we didn't have before. We do now. So it's something that this administration actually has invested in, to look at specifically at vacant properties and how to engage with often a myriad of legal and financial issues as to who owns that property. It might sound simple that you could just look it up in the registry and it's not. It really isn't. It is incredibly difficult. Often the owners for some of these vacant properties are not contactable. They're often in another country, and going through the process and the planning process of doing that is, engaging with the planning process to tackle that particular problem is incredibly difficult. And I'd imagine that is something that the members of the board or the community at large would want to focus on when we have the Pride and Place boards, the three of them set up, because when we've trialled it in our own way in the Gillingham Task Force, it's come up and it's been a concern. What I would say is that when there was a specific amount of funding available that came up with national government, I think it was in the hundreds of thousands, not the millions that we're receiving, thanks to the government, is that that small amount of funding was had a criteria to look at whether we were sort of an area of high vacancy or not, and it turns out the areas that we're looking at actually. Although I would probably disagree, just because I live here and you know, and as everyone here would want the focus to be here. Actually, the vacancy rates are really quite low. We're below the national average, which is interesting to me. But that doesn't mean we don't want to work on the issues and want to work on the vacancy rates and, you know, just get rid of them completely and absolutely have a vibrant set of town centres. The other sort of thing that we can do, and which we have done, is look at how we can sort of use the funding more directly for businesses. So to give the funding in a direct, clean and really effective way. So that's why the shopfront grants is a fantastic way of getting that money to businesses, because doing up the shopfront or doing up the signage around you know, a business is often overlooked or pushed. It's like we can deal with that next financial year or the third or the fourth or the fifth, and it's a cost that just will build and build and build. However, by giving that funding directly for that, it's kind of something that can be taken off the balance sheet almost, and so that does help firms, and that's something that you know, high street and also, you know, small parades where shops have come up to, well, owners have come up and said, actually, that really helps. And so that is a way to sort of help mitigate some of the ways that high streets are sort of holding on. And there is, as you said, there are pressures for with online shopping and out of town shopping that they're facing. So they're putting off some of these costs, and we're helping with that. But also we're looking more broadly about how the future of our high streets and town centres could have more of a mix, so more of a residential mix to help prop up what used to be a more extensive high street for retail, because, well, that's where everyone would shop. I know I mentioned that the last time I was held to account, but that's still the aspiration that we have, and it's more than an aspiration. You can see it. You can see where we're actually focusing in terms of residential living. It is happening in our town centres.
So just a comment on that one before I go to my second question, Chair, if possible. Thank you. So residents within my constituency of Rainham North are sick to the back teeth of nail bars and barbers. Can you please at least kind of restrict the number of those that are opening up within the high streets?
I'm not sure if it's in my gift.
It's not within your power,
Yeah,
I know it's not, but that would be lovely if we could.
But look, what I would say is that, look, one of the often missed points is that you can have odd bits of policy in government that are not really spoken about or really debated that much, but then will have a huge impact. And I think it was under Gordon Brown, there was a piece of legislation regarding brewing or something similar to do with brewing. But as a result, and I'm not sure of how it happened, you get all the micropubs that you see now, which I'm sure you're not against micropubs, right?
Yes.
Just nail bars.
Well, I don't drink,
and
but
salons.
yeah, I'm not against them.
And so there are bits like that, and I wish I had sort of like a track changes version for government where I could just look through and what happened and why it got there and why that would happen. And is there a way for me to figure out that for nail bars? I'm not so, I don't know. I don't know, but I'll put you down on the next leaflet that we're going to tax nail bars and acrylic gel and all of that. So we can put that out there. You've heard it here first.
And so the next one, I'm going to be focusing on your report again on social regeneration and real jobs. The SPF Year 4 projects, which are all outlined in paragraph 663, include many arts, techs, and mindfulness programs. While valuable for well-being, and I'm one who's very much into making sure that our well-being is looked after, how many of these 48 projects have had a direct, measurable link to moving residents from long-term unemployment into sustained private sector jobs?
So I wouldn't be able to tell you, I wouldn't be able to give you a figure. The criteria and the focus of the SPF funding and how it was delivered was down to national government. So how that was scored, we had some sort of say over it, but the overall outcomes of it were not directly linked to employment. So the good thing about what we're doing now is that because we've put the money behind it in the budget, which I'm sure you wanted to vote for, it's now, it will be rebranded as the Medway Together Fund. So this is something that we own and we can do. And so we can set the criteria, and if it means that we can, if we want to calculate the outcomes differently, we can do.
So is there any way they're moving forwards that you can track that and bring that back to, because I'm only standing in this evening, but is there a way of tracking that and bringing it back to this committee at a further date?
I don't want to give a commitment on that, just because social regeneration and how it links to employment it absolutely exists. So if you have a patchwork of a very active, thriving social area that has great arts and great creative sector, etc., that absolutely drives employment. But how you can necessarily link it to sort of the projects that we funded, I don't know if that's measurable. And it would be if we made it about sort of delivering purely on a economic regeneration. So if we made it the economic regeneration grant, that's fine. Okay, then we can say actually X number of employment was made available. But this is social regeneration, and I think the calculation's a little bit trickier. So I hope you don't mind. I don't want to give that commitment just right here and right now.
No, I completely understand the reasonings, and thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. The last contribution on this item is Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try to be really quick, conscious of time. Thank you for the report. I've two questions, mostly around the support for businesses and the one-to-one support for businesses. That sounds excellent, and I know it comes up in your report every year. I just wondered about the data around that as to how effective and successful that is. So when you meet with a business, is there some kind of baseline as to where they are and what they've kind of achieved as part of that service and what improvements have been implemented? Because it'll be good to kind of see what the wins are from there, and it'll probably also help shape it better and hone it a little bit. And the second point around that is when I think before 2024, before the elections, I and you and Councillor Maritime, we did a piece of work in our ward where we went and knocked on all the high street businesses' doors, and we said, we would like to, support you. What can we do? And then your predecessor in the post, Lauren Edwards, when she was the portfolio holder, she came and met with several of those people and followed up with those who said they wanted to speak to her. It was a very useful piece of work. And I was really struck by how many of those businesses simply didn't know about the council support available, the forums and the networking events. And when told about that, they were actually quite, happy to be involved, happy to be included. So you have a really good team, and I've seen them in action where they go out and engage with lots of businesses. But I think it's got to be a forever evolving thing, right? You have to think more creative ways of getting out there and getting more businesses engaged. So that was just a thought to see if, we could think of more ways, because all these little independent businesses, they just don't necessarily know what you can do. And some of the investors and partners meeting, I had a small part to play in that. And in that, there were some businesses in Gillingham Park who said that actually they have lots of local residents whom they employ and people who come in to Gillingham to work for them, and they actually really want to see how it can be made a good place and how they can invest in Medway. They just aren't sure whom to speak to often. So yeah, so I think there's a little gap. The council has all these aspirations, and I think good people and good resources. And then there's the businesses out there who don't necessarily know what the thinking is or what that level is. So yeah, that was my questions. Thank you.
Fantastic question. There's quite a lot there to unpack. So for sure, the one-to-one support. So I gave an example of where sort of I came across an individual, and it was literally through sort of club that I'm a part of, and just met him and passed that information on. But it's so important. So the work that Roger has done to date. So in the report, it says 116 entrepreneurs. I think it's gone up from that, but there's 250 face-to-face support sessions that have been delivered as part of that one-to-one support that Roger has been delivering. But also not just Roger. So we've got Roger, but his team has now grown. So he has other leads in it, and as a result of all of these meetings with all of these entrepreneurs, he's now opened up a new group called Medway Entrepreneurs as well. So they had their first meeting. So they're creating a network of themselves for themselves that in many ways, you can place council assets everywhere, but it's never going to be enough. Knowledge, information is tacit. So it really is a really difficult problem to overcome when all of this stuff is happening all over the place, and it's really hard to direct it. And really, should we be directing it is the question. So I can only engage as much as I can, but I kind of took the reverse opinion from what I've been doing, reverse role from what did in the first year, and it was as a result of Councillor Lawrence's question the last meeting, which was something around what was my engagement with businesses been, and I'm not sure if you believed me. I'm not sure if you gave me vibes that you were believing that I was engaging with businesses, but it did make me think, what's the value of the business engagement if I'm saying the same things and repeating, and they're saying, they're not getting enough businesses to come here, and businesses themselves don't necessarily know that Medway for Business exists and all the other groups and the FSB exist. So I took a different approach, where I've now gone to the last meeting and I said, actually, I farm it out to yourselves. Give me the top 5 asks that you would want from me. So I'm portfolio holder for businesses, covered. What do you want from me? And their first thought was, actually, now we can go out to all the other businesses that don't come to these meetings, spread out that information, and come back, and actually they can feed it to me, rather than myself going to each and every single business and having some kind of approximation of what it is that they want. I am now wanting them to work with me to come up with some asks. So at some point I can, come up to cabinet and say, here you go, look, this is what we want. This is what business wants. And, here's 5. I need to have at least 3 to hold my head up high. So that's the sort of thing that I'm working on with businesses. It's working well. There are so many forums, and there are so many groups, all of a particular flavour, and they're all necessary. So I could go into detail with each individual one, but I would bore every single one of you if I did so. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. That's really useful to know that the farming it out to them is a great idea. In terms of the measuring the success of the one-to-one support for businesses?
Yes. So I can go back to Roger with that. So he keeps a very accurate record of the number of people that he's met. So they've done 250 face-to-face support sessions and 116 entrepreneurs that he's met, and there's been as a result of that, a lot of the loan applications and grant funding that he's directed them towards has now happened. I haven't got the figures to hand of how many. I know how many meetings have happened, and I know how many firms have been approached. But in terms of the funding that's attracted and how many that's gone on from pre-startup to startup, that's something we're measuring, but I just don't have to hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, thank you for your report, Councillor Mahill. And, it's clear we're doing as much as possible, given the impacts on our economy, of COVID, of Brexit, and we will see emerging. You cannot deny that Brexit has not had an impact on this economy.
Yeah, absolutely has. Can I thank you?
Councillor Lawrence, sorry.
Can I thank you, Chair? Can I also thank the committee for allowing me to go through a report? Really appreciate the questions. I'll take them back. But above all, I would love to thank the staff that work with me and, let's be honest, that provide all of the stuff I've been talking about, everything that I've mentioned, whether good or bad, they're the ones behind myself and senior officers that are delivering it. So I want to thank the teams that sort of really go day in day out. I mean, literally face to face to businesses on the high street, knocking on doors, doing it. It's a tremendous amount of work. So if I could note that thanks, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm going to pass to the Vice Chair for a proposal.
Thank you. I've written two specific recommendations to come back to committee. I know there are a number of things discussed that I know Councillor Mahill's sort of taken to continue the work. The ones I've got written down are details regarding inward investment and job creation and details regarding losses in the move to Visit Kent. I think they're the two specifically.
Can we just make sure the minutes note Councillor Mahill's agreement to thinking about a programme board for the big amount of funding that Medway's received? I think that would be really useful, even just to note that we discussed it.
Do you want to clarify that? Because obviously we've got national government guidance on that.
Yeah, so there's guidance, and it is a programme board that would be set up. So there is a board, a community board, that will be set up as part of it, and as part of that, there will be, I'm sure members of this committee will be part of that. Also, if possible, could we, is it possible, I'm asking yourself, Chair, to put a note of thanks to be sent to the teams specifically? I kind of wanted that to be a specific ask of the committee. That'd be great if that's possible.
I'm sure that can be added.
Thank you. So I've added that third note of thanks to the teams from this committee, absolutely. And then the committee's asked to note the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Is that seconded? Thank you. Is that agreed? Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Mahill. The next item, before we take a short break, will be the attendance of the portfolio holder for heritage, culture and leisure. So I'll just give a few seconds for Councillor Gurung just to swap over with Councillor Mahill. Also, committee, just to state, we're going to swap items 7 and 8. So after the break, we will go, if the committee is minded to agree, so that the School Streets Tranche 1 Monitoring Review Report is held before the members' item on facilities management contract, just to enable some of our external guests' arrangements for tonight. Thank you. Okay. Councillor Gurung, hopefully you're able to settle down. If you could give a very brief introduction or just highlight just a very couple of brief things in your report, and then we can go on to the members.
Certainly. Good evening, everyone. I'm the portfolio holder for Heritage, Culture, Leisure and Sports, and I'm Councillor Nina Gurung. So today I'm presenting the report which I have compiled alongside senior officers Bob Diamond and Paul Cowell, who work alongside me as the heads of services within culture and heritage, thank you, as well as sports and leisure. And I will be talking about, the reports says a lot about the festivals and events, Medway Theatres, Rochester Corn Exchange, as well as culture development, archives, libraries and community hubs, heritage, as well as Medway Sports and Leisure, and all the things and achievements that we have we have delivered for Medway across the last year, and something that I'm very proud to present with the committee today. And before I go further, I would like to thank all the staff members as well as managers and senior leadership who work under my portfolio because they do go, just like the portfolio holder before me said, day in, day out, they are out there delivering the highest of services and making sure that the people of Medway benefit from the range of programs as well as events and services that we provide under heritage, culture, leisure and sports. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any members? Councillor Spring.
Mine are very quick, actually, and hopefully very simple to respond to. I've been very fortunate this year to attend lots of public events, and we have within our community more than one rugby club. We have Ancoria and Lordswood. It's very disappointing that you never see invitations to those two clubs, and I'd like it known, A, the reason why, and B, if there is no reason, can we start inviting them? And the second one was in relation to the Glass Box Theatre. You mentioned Chatham and the Brook, but Glass Box Theatre is absolutely phenomenal venue, hosts so much throughout the year, and that's something that should also be recorded within the report moving forwards. Just my thoughts.
Thank you very much. And you're right, we worked really hard with the events team to lay out huge programs, huge events that draws in thousands upon thousands of visitors to Medway. And I know that you're in a privileged position to actually be part of some of those big parades. And I'm quite disappointed that you brought the matter of the clubs that you mentioned to this, because I'm just an email away. We meet so regularly. You could have told me, and I'd have been more than happy to invite them. Yes, the other thing that you mentioned about Glass Box Theatre, it is mentioned in the report because I do go to the Glass Box Theatre for U Dance, and there's lots of festivals. It is mentioned in the report.
Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say thank you for the report. I mean, Medway remains a hugely diverse cultural place, and I think it's a credit to all the hard work that goes on across the council. I've only got one question for you, Councillor Gurram. It's just it's good to see the item on the Corn Exchange. In actual fact, the Conservative group have used the Corn Exchange twice for away days, so we are putting our money where our mouth is. But is the Corn Exchange breaking even, or are we still carrying a loss on the activities there?
I'm very, very pleased to report that we are breaking even and we're actually making profit. So.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you. Thanks for the report, Councillor Gurung. This is such an encouraging and positive report. I really feel like Medway punches above its weight in terms of festivals and culture and heritage.
I agree.
And one of my favorite kind of things in the calendar is the Summer of Sport. I really get excited about that with the free events. And I'm almost doubting whether I should share this because I don't want lots of people to come and do this. But, yoga in the castle grounds, that's free. Oh, it's just such an incredible offering for the community. But obviously, I don't want it to be so full that it's not enjoyable. No, please come and do it. It's incredible. It's such a great event, a great event. So that's my personal favorite. And I just wanted to talk about the main festivals that you do in Rochester. And obviously, it's great that you've been able to protect those festivals in spite of all the necessary cost-cutting measures. And I think it's incredible that you've managed to kind of keep that fabric alive. One of the main things that people always talk about in terms of those festivals are that the same kind of stalls are there, and there isn't that much variety, there isn't that much local businesses reflected on all of that. And I know you must already know about this feedback. So I know it's a commercial arrangement, like an external company organizes it all, but I just wondered, Does the council have any clout there to say, like, we want these kind of stalls or anything, or is that just completely outsourced?
I think we need to strike a balance. So we do need to fill all the stalls. But having said that, we do have some say in making sure that there is variety of stalls so that there's something for every visitor. So as much as possible, we do try to do that. And I think we do need to reiterate that after these big festivals, I do go to the review and evaluation meetings with the traders, with the businesses, and the creative partners, and all the, volunteers, everybody who's been part of it. And the feedback consistently is like, as you rightly put, like, we always like punch above our weight and deliver so much. The pride in place, that is priceless, isn't it? And you are right, at the moment, financially, like it is tough. Like, you need to make sure that every line has to be properly, like, looked at so that we are able to break even. Or and I have said to the city centre forum, let's say in Rochester, I have said to them, we don't make money out of these. We do this because we want our city centres to flourish. We want to uphold our traditions. We want to uphold the pride in place, and they are so thankful. They say that some of the biggest, like, businesses happen during our festivals, and they actually prepare just like we do, like 6 months in advance. They start preparing for those big events, like, stockpiling, etc., etc. And yeah, I think we are very happy that what we do brings lots of, like, it does boost the local economy as well. And in terms of visitor economy, we are able to really promote that. And yes, we're very proud of that. Again, it takes a lot of coordination, months in advance of planning, making sure that, the security, as we all are all aware, we need to make sure that security is in place. We need to have so many conversations with key stakeholders, and making sure that our partners are listened to, they feel valued as well. So it is a lot of coordination that happens behind the scene. And of course, we bring the mayors, who lead the parades, all that. But behind all of that joyful, sort of celebratory mood, there's so much hard work. Literally, on the days of those events, I visit the security teams, and they will be working flat out. The comms team will be working flat out. The highways management team will be working flat out. The ambulances, like, there's so much that happens behind the scene, but we do this because Medway deserves the best, and we always, we have so far delivered. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I've been to the Dickens Christmas thing, and I've seen, like, all the staff around, and I've spoken to them, and it's quite a Herculean effort. I guess what I was talking about in terms of the stalls in the fair is there any way of, or I don't know, maybe it's already been done, but how can we help really small Medway-based businesses to access that and sort of promote their businesses and sell their wares? Because I totally understand about the balance. It has to pay its own way. You have to make the money.
Yeah.
But
I
sometimes
can
you
come
have
to that.
Sorry.
So for Medway-based, like, arts and crafts and artisans, like, they don't need to wait for the big events. We have, like, artisan markets happening at, let's say, Pentagon, literally every single weekend that is taking place. You have the Rochester artisan markets, and we've got Afro-Caribbean markets. We've got the Romani market. Like, there's so many diverse markets actually taking place if you just, like, come out and look at what's happening. Like, our comms team do a grand job in terms of really showcasing what is on offer out there in Medway. And I would urge everybody to follow Medway Council comms team so that you are aware of all the events that are happening. And going back to what you said about the yoga in the castle gardens, And why not? We've got these beautiful, majestic heritage sites, and we've got, wonderful partnerships thanks to Bob and his team as well. We work with Sports England, we work with Kent and Medway Active Alliance, trying to bring in funds so that we can promote these free activities. And you are right, it is really very much enjoyed by everybody, and we do it because once again, as much as possible, Medway residents deserve the best free services as far as that can be made affordable.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report. I just wanted to touch on the Central Theatre, really. It's really good to see that it's going from strength to strength, really. The audience numbers are really good. And lots of different performances. It's just a comment, really. I've been to several shows at the theatre this year, about 4 or 5, I think, altogether, different sorts of entertainment. And I found it's very well run, and the quality of the entertainment is very good with a great variety. And as I say, the staff have been really helpful and efficient. And I just wanted to ask you if you could pass on the thanks to the staff there, because they don't very often get mentioned, do they, the theatre? But it's really great to see that that's going from strength to strength there, really. And I just want to touch on the Brook Theatre now. I know it's been refurbished and getting ready for going. And have you got a timeline at all for when we think it'll be fully up and running? Is there any sort of timeline to that? I'm looking forward to that one. So.
All right, I think you asked a number of questions with regards to, thank you for your custom, first of all, coming to our Central Theatre. And as you said rightly, like once you go inside, it just hits you, isn't it, how grand it is, and the performances that take place there. And actually, I've just looked at the feedback from the fourth quarter, and it's 99% customer satisfaction rate. And like you said, it is.
Yeah, I can understand that as well.
Yeah, and the staff members and the management team, especially Debbie Pinder, she works exceptionally hard, but she knows the industry inside out. She's such a huge asset to our theatres team. She's passionate about Medway, and she and her team always over-delivers. So of course, I will pass on your thanks as well. But as you might have seen from my report as well, I do make a conscious effort to go to the ground and thank every team for all their hard work. And but I will mention your thanks as well. With regards to Brook Theatre, there's a lot of hard work, once again, going behind the scene. I did invite some councillor colleagues for a visit. Some of you came, some of you didn't come, but that's fine. If you want to go come for the next phase, I can arrange for that to be done, so you can see exactly where it is. We're working extremely hard to try and deliver it within timescales. But of course, it is an old structure. We need to make sure that rather than just focusing on timeliness, we need to make sure that it's amazing and it's top quality, and that it's something that we should all be very proud of, having made sure that it's delivered to the highest standard that Medway deserves, not just for this generation, but for generations to come. So that's what we are focusing on at the moment.
Yeah, that's great. All right, thanks very much for that. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hine.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your report, Councillor Gurung. It's very detailed, and it's always good to see you here. Just one question for you. A lot of your portfolio relies quite heavily on external funding streams, like from the Arts Council, for example. With that in mind, in the event that the funding was ever reduced or even withdrawn, what plans do you have to mitigate any risk to our programme of events here in Medway?
That's a very good question, but I'm very confident of our government, who has put huge focus on culture. and heritage. And, you know, Medway has already been named as a heritage place, and the funding will be there for 10 years. So we started in 2025. So, you know, we still got some years to go. And with regards to Arts Council, we've got very good relationship with Arts Council. We got a very thriving creative community here. We are investing in strengthening the creative community so that they become resilient as well. And also, what was the other question that you said? Oh, about dependence from external funding. As you might have read my report about sports, it is on track for the first time ever to hopefully become self-sufficient. And I think this is, again, an exemplar in terms of local authority-run sports centers. It's unheard of that you are able to turn things around to this extent, and full credit once again to Bob and his team for working extremely hard. But on the other hand, what I really want to also showcase here is our investment in our young people. Like, you know, you must have read about the Young Leaders Program. We are really giving back to our local community and, you know, making sure that our apprentices, if they show potential, get the full-time job as well afterwards. And we're incredibly proud of our apprentices who have managed to do that. And when we talk about apprentices, sometimes the focus can be only on the younger generation, but actually we're investing in apprentices at all levels. So I know that some managers, if they want to go to senior management level, they can also do the apprenticeship programs. And it has been very successful in terms of staff retention as well. So that means we're not spending money on, like, you know, advertising for new vacancies, etc. So we're saving money in that way as well. And as Councillor Lawrence asked earlier about foreign exchange, and thank you for your company's custom as well, using, yeah, as a, okay. And once again, you know, we invested to get a manager for Corn Exchange, and now, like, you know, the bookings have gone up. With Eastgate House, once again, we've got a fantastic manager there, Abby, and, you know, the way things are picking up in terms of the numbers of customers visiting and the some of the events that are taking place. It's, I mean, like, you know, Deputy Mayor was there for the Christmas Carol. It was booked like to the full on all days. So I think we are doing the right thing. I believe we've got a strong team in the heritage and culture sector as well as sports. Yeah, so I think, and if the money is there, then why not? Let's take it from Medway.
Thank you. Councillor Cook.
Thank you. Yeah, likewise, I'm always so proud when I read this report, and you know how much it means to me, and I've spoken at full council about how much it means to my family and to residents in our area. I wanted to draw a slightly different sector that we hadn't really picked up on yet, which is section 4.22 that talks about Medway interfaith action. So I love being a councillor. One thing I particularly love is chairing our Standing Advisory Council for Religious Education, and we have very close links with our faith groups and wanting to support our young people in Medway and providing opportunity and access to places of worship, to faith communities, really for cultural cohesion, community cohesion, and for our young people to understand each other and our society better. So I just want to explore that a bit further in terms of how wider partnerships that you're working with are supporting particularly young people to really gain access. I noticed, as I did last year, the amount of work on SEND and ensuring that there are opportunities that are perhaps quieter for autistic people particularly. What about, for example, young people who are care experienced? What about young people from perhaps a family that's struggling financially? How are we as a council making sure that there's that cultural entitlement for every child? And then my second question, if I ask them both, and then that's me. I was also really excited as one of our Chatham councillors about the Town of Culture bid, and would just like to know more about that. How are we as a council supporting that work? How are we bringing people together, and what more can we as a committee do to support that work? Thank you.
With regards to culture, reaching out every part of our community, I am passionate about doing that as well, and our government is as well, which is why I think we work closely in partnership with other partners, within the creative sector, so that culture is reaching out to every sector of our community. If you look at the libraries and community hubs in particular, I think I went to an event where there were culture portfolio holders from different local authorities, and there was one that had won the Borough of Culture sort of, for the year. And like for like, Medway's library services alone was offering so much more. Can you imagine? So that's how much we are doing, like say for Luton, Twiddle, all these areas of High Strood, as well as affluent areas. We don't distinguish, we just go all out. I mean, if you look at the World Book Day event, 7,000 children benefited from that. We had authors, we had magicians, we had comedians, we had illustrators going out into the community to our schools and delivering all of that so that every child from whatever background are still able to get the same sort of exposure to culture. I mean, some theaters are happening in our, libraries. And I must not just talk about younger people, our older people as well. I've been to libraries, let's say Wigmore, Hampstead, and Lordswood, where older people are also coming together, and it really promotes their well-being, and in Who as well, in Grain. People come to libraries, for knit and natter or little projects that they want to do themselves, and it really supports their social and mental and emotional well-being as well. So we are providing a culture that really binds the whole community together and also promotes their well-being. So how amazing is that? With regards to the Chatham Town of Culture bid, we're incredibly proud that it is being led by one of our jewels in Medway, which is Chatham Historic Dockyard Trust. We're incredibly proud of how they are literally at the forefront of maritime heritage, not just here in the UK, but across the world, led by Richard Mosley and, the amazing trust. And they are very well positioned. And like I said, Chatham actually has 4 creative quarters, and we've got a strong creative Medway team behind them. And the council is making sure that we support in whatever way we can by sharing our culture strategy, or also I think one thing that they are doing that is long overdue is that Chatham is sometimes written down about, and sometimes that's actually, most of the time, that's not fair, because it's not an accurate reflection of Chatham's resilience, Chatham's potential, Chatham's courage, and Chatham's people. And that narrative needs to be rewritten by people who live here, people who do things, amazing things, not competing with one another, but elevating each other. So I think it's high time we did that. And we've got such a thriving culture community. I mean, we were very upset when the Rochester UCA closed down. But now we've got, thanks to Midkin College, we've now got Medway School of Arts, which is going from strength to strength. And last year there was an international conference bringing together artistic community from the global majorities. So such interesting things are happening there. And we've got theatre group based inside the Chatham Historic Dockyard. We've got the LV called A&E, and then we've got the LV 21 vessel, which is an iconic vessel, which is now serving as a theatre space as well. There's so many layers of like thriving culture here in Medway that we need to be proud of. And I would actually urge everyone in Medway, including all of our councillor colleagues, to actually support this bid in whichever way you can. If people are really talking down on Chatham, then please, like, you know how resilient our communities are. We all need to pull together and back this bid, really. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on that before I come to the last contribution on Councillor Nesterov. So, I mean, from what I understand, the Chatham bid for Town of Culture was from a coalition of local cultural institutions, and it raised from that. Was there a strategic decision that we thought that Chatham would be more successful, likely to be successful as a town of culture, as opposed to Medway bidding for City of Culture? Because I've seen, for instance, the long list of City of Culture includes many cities or towns that look fairly similar to us, like places like Swindon and Portsmouth and Peterborough that have bid for that. Has there been a conscious decision to say, well, actually, we're better focusing on Chatham and more likely to be successful in that way?
Actually, that's a very good question, because I was actually expecting other towns also to put the bids. However, the Chatham community, the creative community in Chatham, have been like the only one that have come forward. Had other towns come forward, we would of course be supportive of them as well. Now that we've got Chatham Town of Culture, you know, who've put their bid, we are, like I said, we've got so many things to be proud of. We've got the docking station, which is amazing. Like, it's going to be state of the art, bringing together digital creators from across the Southeast as well. So with regards to whether City of Culture bid or town, I mean, we are where we are. The other thing that I would like to say is, when we came into administration, and no disrespect to the previous administration, but what I do believe very strongly is, during our administration, our team have really worked hard to strengthen the creative community further, and brought together the heritage community as well, really, really close together. We work so closely in partnership, let's say for VE Day, VJ Day, like, you know, we are always work in partnership. And sometimes I forget to mention, even for the LGR as well, like preparing the sports, heritage and creative community for the LGR. We've already had sessions led by Vince and myself. So, you know, it is all about strengthening our creative community more and more. And I think what the feedback that they give us is, like, they feel really well supported, listened to, valued, and yeah, so I think Chatham is in a very strong position to go out and tell the world our own unique story of resilience and superb culture community.
Thank you. Councillor Nesterov.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Grung, for the report. To be honest, my questions were asked by Councillor Williams about the theatres, because really we have such an amazing theatre culture. We're always going, me and Councillor Nestor, we're constantly going to theatres. I know of 5 theatres that we visited in Medway, and looking forward for the Brook Theatre to
Absolutely.
become operational again.
Yeah, and thank you for mentioning our little theatres. And once again, like, you know, they are unique and they work hard, they give back to the community, they, you know, and we're very proud that, you know, the local community value what they offer. And the theatre directors need all our support as well, so that they can keep on producing and giving opportunities to our younger talent as well. But we all need to, once again, like, you know, I would urge everyone in Medway to support our theatres, because they give so much to us in terms of pride in place, well-being, and everything else that I've mentioned. But when the Brook Theatre is open, it's going to be another another absolutely wonderful icing on the cake, really. And again, already when I speak to some of the biggest, and the flourishing or budding sort of, creative directors or communities or groups, they're all very excited. Actually, they've started inquiring about, booking their residency, etc. So it's amazing that this has created such a buzz.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to go to the Vice Chairperson for a proposal, please. Councillor Nesterov, sorry, could you turn off your microphone?
There we are, thank you. So the committee's asked to note the report. In particular, I've noted the thanks to the staff with particular mention of the theatre staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Thank you. Is that agreed? Thank you very much. We're going to take a 10-minute break in this session. Thank you. Bye. Okay, thank you, everyone. So as agreed before the break, we're going to switch the agenda order. So the next item will be item 8, which is the School Streets Tranche 1 Monitoring Review Report. And obviously, this is a review of Tranche 1, so this isn't a call-in, this isn't a discussion about whether this policy can go ahead. It's more a review of where we are at with it. So I'm going to pass over to Alex Constantinos to introduce this item.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. Good evening, colleagues. I'm really pleased to be here, Chair, to present the Monitoring and Review Report for Tranche 1, covering the first full year since its implementation in March 2024 across 7 school streets. The overall findings, Chair, the evidence shows that the schemes are working really well and providing that clear safety, environmental and behavioural change benefits during the operating times, which is essentially the morning peak, which is up to 1 hour, and the afternoon peak, another hour. In terms of safety and environment, Chair, the surveys show over 2/3 of parents and carers feel the road outside the school is now safer and calmer. That's 68 and 69%. Schools have reported fewer traffic-related incidents and reduced the need for staff to intervene at drop-off and pick-up times, where there's been quite a few issues associated with those times. There were no collisions recorded at any school during the restricted times throughout the year, Chair. Really pleased. Our road safety education team has also introduced a new lessons plan to support safe and active travel. In terms of travel behaviour, traffic counts comparing from February 24 and February 2025 show a major reduction in vehicle movements. Car journeys during peak times fell from 1,113 vehicles to 415. That's a significant 63% reduction. While data on pupil travel modes is limited, the overall environment is now clearly becoming more supportive of active travel, and we're seeing more activity of children outside the car. In terms of air quality, Chair, monitoring was undertaken at 6 sites. Despite the winter, which is usually worsening pollution, nitrogen dioxide and fine particles decreased during school street periods at most locations. Increases in ozone levels reflect normal atmospheric behaviour and do not indicate worsening air quality. What I will say is that we are in the infancy of monitoring air quality, and we continue to measure those. In terms of traffic displacement, which is expected, and we've said this in cabinet reports, etc., and it's consistent with national guidance. But what I will say, Chair, is that we haven't received complaints about, significant traffic displacement, because it happens on a wider field, wider area than people think. And I think the important thing to mention there isn't an increase in actual vehicles. It's the same vehicles, but they're stopping off at other locations. What we saw was light and dispersed with no systematic safety concerns in terms of those displacement. Localised issues such as occasional pavement parking are being managed through targeted engagement, proportionate enforcement and travel plan activity. In terms of compliance and enforcement, more than 1,300 exemptions have been issued, mostly for residents. Penalty notices increased after the warning period ended in September, as expected, and have since declined as compliance continues to improve. If I can just mention in terms of recognition, Chair, the Active Travel England has highlighted Medway's approach as a flagship example of good practice, particularly in terms of monitoring, quality and cross-service collaboration. We're really happy with that. And I have to say, really pleased with the work James has been carrying out within the team. The programme has also received, as you may all be aware, national award and recognition across the country. And that concludes my presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any member? Okay, Councillor Lawrence before Councillor Spring.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Alex, for the report. It was a good read. There was as many pages in the report as there were people who responded to the survey. So I think we've done a great job. I've got a number of questions that just focus in on some of the facts of the School Street scheme, which, in my view, is fast becoming Medway's poll tax, to be honest with you, based on the correspondence that I get from residents who are affected by School Street. So just on the sampling you did and the responses, let's be clear that there were only 156 responses to the to the survey, which is a participation rate of only 6.5% of the overall size of the population affected by School Street. And at specific sites like St Thomas More and Mears Court, there are only 3 or 4 responses. So I'm just wondering what methodology you're using to determine that such a low sample size is statistically significant enough to justify the tranche 2.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. What I will say is that we can't force people to respond. The responses we got were quite positive, but what I will say that in general terms, the people that don't respond are either have no view or they're actually in support of the scheme. There's nothing for them to say other than just keep it as it is. So I'll hand over to James, who can give you a bit more detail on how we sent out the survey. Yeah?
Yep. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Chair. I think the main point to emphasise, this was tranche 1 of the programme. It's new territory for us. We've not progressed this particular initiative, and I would also say it doesn't work in isolation. It complements all of the other things we do for active travel, for road safety education, and everything else that comes into it. Now, it's true, officers approach schools multiple times to encourage them to complete the surveys. We wanted their feedback. That's important, as well as the data. We want the qualitative data as well. And we've had that. Yes, there's no avoiding the fact we would have liked more. We would have liked a higher uptake. We didn't get that. But that's something that we will build on and we continue to do into the subsequent tranche. As I say, combined with all of the other works that we encourage and we engage with our schools to promote through the school travel plan, through numerous initiatives for active travel, as I say, road safety and other things as well. So yeah, it's a start point and it's something we're building on as the programme develops, I would say.
Thank you for that answer. So just moving on to the monies being collected. So we've already had a very large write-off of uncollected PCNs, and I think the current collection rate only represents, or there's a 67% non-collection or cancellation rate. I mean, how do we reconcile that administrative burden on the council? And, is this within the tolerance that you expected? Are you expecting a higher collection rate? Are there any more write-offs coming down the line?
Thank you. It's quite complex with the recovery rate on penalty charge notices. As you know, when they're first issued, they're at a reduced rate. If people pay, that closes the PCN. If people don't pay, the PCN progresses. An actual PCN has a lifespan of 3 years. So if a PCN hasn't been paid and still remains open, we will actively do what we can to recover that. Eventually, our powers as a local authority end, and we hand it over to a collection company who then do bits that we can't to try and recover the cost. So although the recovery rate may look low, we're still quite new, as James said, into this. It changes every day. So tomorrow that could increase again because the PCNs are still active and open. So people can be paying. People are going through the appeals process. So that's quite a long. If you go from the beginning to the end, that could be up to 6 months to 12 months. So yeah, it does change quite often.
Okay, so with tranche 2 coming down the line, we're going to see an increase in non-collection because we'll be, finding more people than we currently are.
I'm talking about the collection rate. So yeah, the collection rate. The more PCNs we issue, there is a chance we could have less collection rate. We could also have more, but until the PCNs are issued, we can't say at this moment.
Okay, so a lot of the correspondence that I've received are where people who are living in the restricted areas but are trying to operate a business, they run their business from home and they're finding they're unable to get out at certain times. And that, whilst I acknowledge it's an hour in the morning, an hour in the day, if you're trying to get to someone's house for an appointment to do some work there, for example, that can be really inconvenient. And then there's the other side of it where traders are trying to get into people's homes but finding themselves stuck because they can't get in because of the Safer School Street schemes. What's a bit frustrating for the people who particularly who live inside those schemes is they can't get any exemptions. And, despite some of my residents writing to Councillor Patterson on this, he's not been really willing to engage or trying to find a solution that actually works for those individual people. So is there anything that we can do to try and reduce the impact on people who are living in the school street schemes but are trying to get to work and, earn a crust? Thank you.
Okay, so if you live in a school street, you can exit at any time, so that doesn't affect anybody leaving their home. The PCN is issued when you enter the restriction.
Okay, but there are other people. I mean, one example is Medway Housing Service trying to attend a property to do repairs. They schedule their repairs based on the job that's got to be done. And in our discussions with Medway Housing Service, they've been saying their drivers are being fined, and that's adding another burden to what they're trying to do.
We have worked with local businesses and services that have obviously worked on behalf of Medway Council. As far as I'm aware, our service doesn't know about these. So, we have got an exemption policy in place. It is a new policy because the school streets are new. We are evolving it. We did come across a few hurdles in the first instance, but as far as I'm aware, that policy is working well. We have given exemptions. Do you want to step in, Councillor Patterson?
Yeah, I mean, I think that goes to the heart of the matter here, and what Jane has just said is absolutely critical, and actually underlines not just the lack of understanding of how school streets operate from people who should know, but the fact that misunderstanding is then repeated and compounded by elected members. Nobody is trapped on a school street ever. Not ever. And I noticed that Councillor Lawrence retreated entirely from that line of attack when that simple fact was pointed out. Nobody is stopped from leaving their property, exemption or not. No one is prohibited from leaving a school street during the hours that it's restricted.
Just on a related point, there are, particularly around the Fairview scheme as an example, which is the one I know best, there are a lot of vulnerable people living in the roads that are totally blocked in. And one of the things that I've had numbers of correspondence about people who can't get to hospital appointments, basically because they can't get an exemption for the person who's taking them because it's not the same person each time. Also, taxi firms won't come and pick them up. So, I go back to the point about can we think about how we can make it a little bit more flexible. But I'd also like to know just how many exemptions have been declined since the start of? I know you won't have that number to hand, but if you could provide that for me as well, that'd be brilliant. Thank you.
Yep, no problem. So we do have something in place for residents that need to get to hospital appointments and for taxis, where they can, where it's they've got an appointment that's come up and it's a planned appointment. They can let my team know by email, by telephone, and we'll make sure that that vehicle has got an exemption. We have worked with residents of Fairview Avenue so that that has been put in place.
And when did that go in place?
I haven't got the exact date, but it was months ago. Yeah,
Really?
yeah,
Okay.
months
Well,
ago.
I mean, this is a part of the problem that these things aren't. You know, I'm still getting correspondence on that, so I'm really surprised to hear that.
But I'm happy to assist you with any correspondence on that. And with taxis, if taxis are pre-booked, we've got a good agreement with the Taxi Association now.
Excellent, great. Okay, that resolves that problem. So just on traffic.
So sorry, I think Councillor Patterson wanted to case.
Yes, again, that goes to the heart of an unfounded criticism made by Councillor Lawrence that as portfolio holder, I haven't engaged on seeking solutions to problems that have been identified, teething problems with the exemption scheme and just absolute clarity around that. I've worked with Jane and the award-winning team at various points on this, and we've established additional criteria and clarity on that exemption. I think Councillor Lawrence is upset that I'm not discussing policy with him, and I can tell him that's not going to be starting anytime soon. That's the way the cookie crumbles, because I'm the portfolio holder, and I'm afraid you're not. And I have continued to work with relevant stakeholders, worked with Nigel at the MLTDA, we have worked with the taxi providers, we've had multiple meetings. We have listened to particular concerns, we've stated our red lines, we've also heard their desires, and at some point someone has to draw that line in the sand, and I just have to be really crystal clear. Under the system we're operating in Medway, under the delegated authority for approving the schemes, that line in the sand is not drawn by a shadow portfolio holder, and certainly not one who conducts himself in such a ludicrous way, publishing ridiculous, false, inflammatory posts that he then pays people to read on social media. If the opposition are serious about engaging with me as portfolio holder, they have to seriously consider why they put someone so inappropriate for the job in that post. But I can assure you that it doesn't matter how much Councillor Lawrence stamps his feet, he will play no part in that decision-making process.
Councillor Patterson, you're embarrassing yourself, not me, I promise you. Walter's off a duck's back, I promise you. Just on the displaced track, I mean, I don't know why you're even here, Councillor Patterson. This is a first to see a portfolio holder coming into the meeting.
Sorry, points of order there. There was a specific request from you, Councillor Lawrence, in emailing this.
We'll move on. Just in terms of the displaced traffic issue, we know that traffic is being displaced, because if you go down the Maidstone Road, for example, traffic that used to park near the school is now parked down the Maidstone Road, and also on the other side in Bredhurst Road. So that in itself is a problem, because as you know, Maidstone Road is a really busy road. It has a lot of heavy traffic going down it. But what surprises me is we're not really counting that displaced traffic at all. Obviously, you're going to get less movements around the school, because if you move around a school, you're going to get a fine. But the understanding how that traffic's being displaced and where it's being displaced, and whether the displacement itself represents a safety risk for children getting out of cars on busy main roads, whereas before they were in a slightly more safer area. So, for me, the problem is are we just creating a wider area for road safety rather than what we had before?
Before James comes in, Councillor, I think it's really important to mention that it's accepted that displacement will take place. This is in the guidance. And what we're experiencing, it's wide, the displacement. It's not concentrated. And notwithstanding that, we've not received any complaints, hardly any complaints. in terms of displacement. And I think the data, and James can clarify this, clearly shows there's children now changing, the parents are changing the mode of their transport. So we're seeing an increase in children walking to school as well, which is an absolute success and benefit of what the scheme is about. We will continue to monitor surrounding streets. We're not just leaving them as they are. We will continue to monitor them. And if there are any safety implications, we will pick that up and do what's necessary.
I mean, the obvious comment there is people are walking because they're walking from a displaced traffic location, not necessarily from home, because obviously in our system, children don't necessarily live close to their school. They live, naturally far away, and they're being brought to their school. So, I mean, it would be good to see some real, some proper data on it, so we can actually understand exactly how that displaced traffic, where it's going, how far away it's going. But we also hear, stories of families turning up before the school street scheme starts, park their car, and the children are having their breakfast in the car. Now, that may well turn out to be one of those urban legends, but it is absolutely, what's happening is parents are arriving before the start of school street in the morning, and they're also arriving earlier on in the afternoon so they can park their car. And in the winter, they leave their car running. So, there are unintended consequences to all of this. But just to move on, so
I think Councillor Patterson's just indicated he wants a response to that.
So just to pick up on that point about displacement and the suggestion that children are somehow being put in additional danger by the parents having to stop short of a street, I think what that fails to recognise, and I'm not going to start quoting you percentages, but I think it's perhaps my team can help me out on this, but it is the minority who drive their children to school, whether secondary school or primary school. Slightly more drive them to primary school, but it is the minority. So you're already talking about a situation. The people, the victims, as you portray them in this, are people who previously, without necessarily any consideration for the risk they were putting the majority of children and their parents walking to school in, previously drove into a school street and parked up. So I make absolutely no apology in all of this for standing up for the majority of people who currently and previously did the right thing. You can point to all sorts of illogical behaviour, whether it's irrational things like turning up an hour early to avoid the restricted hours, and we can get into some sort of moral panic about children being given their breakfast in cars, and we can then do the sort of the usual populist nonsense thing of saying, I'm not saying this is true, I'm just asking the question. Well, look, whether you're asking the question or not, that's not what we're here to do. We're not here to extend this scheme to some situation where we're trying to deal with absolutely every instance in the exception and legislate for it. What we're doing at every one of these sites is a very limited, time-restricted 10 hours out of the entire week, out of the entire 5 days, 10 hours at each of these locations. It is a minimal intervention, and it's delivering a really impressive result instantly. I didn't need to wait for the monitoring report to tell me the really simple fact that isn't really brought out in any of this. It's the dramatic fall in moving traffic on the school streets themselves. The displacement is not adding traffic. These are cars that were driving on those roads anyway, en route to the school. We're not talking about additional traffic. Nothing in the data suggests we're talking about additional vehicle movements. What we're saying is they are shorter journeys and they are now displaced over a wider area. That seems like it's not rocket science, but we do seem to be struggling with recognising that very fundamental fact.
I'll go on to my next question, Chair. So I think the report itself highlights that in the year before the Tranche 1 was introduced, there are only 2 minor incidents involving children in the school street areas. So the report conflates a whole load of other activity that's going on in terms of reducing incidents involving cars and young people. But the facts are that the most at-risk group for road traffic accidents are the 11 to 16-year-olds, because they go to school on their own, you know, whereas primary school children are by and by delivered to school by their parents. So if this scheme was really about traffic prevention, we would be looking at trying to resolve the issue outside secondary schools, for example. Now, it may not be possible that we can do that because secondary schools might be on main roads, and actually doing something different would be would cause traffic chaos. But for me, the fact that we've chosen primary schools to run School Street, where parents drive their cars to drop their children off at school, strikes me as we're hitting the wrong demographic. And from that perspective, because there is no evidence that shows that there was a massive problem with road incidents involving primary school children before School Street came in.
Councillor Patterson.
I think that Alex will come in with some information on some more of the rationale behind focusing on primary schools in the first instance. But I'm absolutely clear that my ambition for this scheme is for it to operate wherever it can make the biggest impact, where it can make the difference. So the suggestion that we're not considering secondary schools ignores the fact that we have had exploratory meetings with Holcombe Grammar School about a potential combined School Street site with them and the New Horizons Academy. So that's so again, to suggest that secondary schools aren't part of this, a lot of them location-wise present additional challenges. But I think what I saw when I attended road safety lessons with Year 7s at Greenacre and Walderslade School last year was just how important it is at that key stage to get in early with good habits. And so the habits that were established with me and my children, when I walked them for the more than a decade that I walked my two children to infant school and to junior school, set a habit which meant that regardless of the fact that both of them lived a distance which, neighbours of ours would have driven, my children walked to secondary school not because I was some sort of Victorian dad telling them that they should just shove a newspaper down their shirt and keep warm that way and, didn't do me any harm, but because the habits are established in primary school at the earliest age. This is common sense, and we're back to that irrationality of why would you, in an era where we have an obesity crisis amongst children, we talk about the lack of activity, and yet there are still people among us who would defend to the death the right of a minority to chauffeur able-bodied parents, chauffeuring able-bodied children door to door when it's completely unnecessary. So that's the focus on primary schools in the first instance. In the cases where it's a lot of them tend to be in locations which are more suitable for this sort of intervention. But I'm absolutely clear that our ambition for this scheme is not limited by whatever key stage we're talking about. I'm interested in making the intervention where it can work.
Thank you, Chair. Just my final question.
Thank you. Final question.
Thank you, yeah. So just on the air quality justification for School Street, I think it's clear that we didn't do any baseline measuring before we introduced School Street, so we're measuring subsequent to the introduction of the scheme. We've got some overall air quality data for Medway, and that data shows that Medway's air quality has been improving over the last 10 years, regardless of what's happening in School Street. So, for example, the Raynham, I think it's called the AQA, was disbanded because the air quality has improved. And that's improved because we're driving different cars, the technology is improving. So once again, to try and justify School Street in terms of air quality doesn't really stand up. Your own report is very confusing about this. You talk about weather patterns and everything else. Well, no school street scheme is going to deal with weather patterns. So I think what would have made this more sense if we'd have measured some air quality before we started the scheme. So we had a baseline, and then we could measure the air quality afterwards, and then we could have actually said, do you know what, on that, the evidence points to there is some justification. But we didn't. I just want to make one final point, because I know we're going to be going into some consultations going forward with the next tranche of School Street. The one at Fairview, the equipment was installed before the official consultation had been completed. And I think that shows, at worst, the whole thing was predetermined, that the consultation was not real. We'd already made the decision. And I do think we should be very careful that if we're going to go down that route again, that we do not install equipment until the consultation's finished and it's received formal approval. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, officers.
Chair, I'd just like to, on a point of order there, deprecate the comments there from Councillor Lawrence, which are calling into question the probity of myself and Adam Bryan as the delegated decision makers. I can be very clear, and it's much to the chagrin of my own constituents in Rochester West and Borstal, that I am not predetermining any of these decisions until I receive a full and proper report which is reflective not just of some of the community, but of all of the community. So I would invite Councillor Lawrence to withdraw any suggestion that, as a decision maker, I have behaved in any way less than properly. He might not like the decision, but I'm afraid he can't take issue with the way in which I've made that decision.
Chair, I'll send Councillor Patterson the email from the officer telling me the equipment could be taken away if it wasn't approved.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's not an answer. I think it's a completely outrageous.
Councillor Patterson, it's the only answer you're going to get.
Okay,
I'm speaking through the chair.
Order.
I'm speaking through the chair, and I think, on the record, that sort of outrageous sloth should be recorded for what it is. It's reprehensible. It's unfounded. For someone who claims to be a believer in empirical evidence, I'm afraid an email from an officer about a decision of which I had no say in. I don't decide when the equipment is installed. That's nothing to do with the decision-making process undertaken by me and the Deputy Chief Executive of the Council. It's a disgraceful slur, and it speaks to just how low your behaviour has fallen in relation to this subject. You've lost the plot, Councillor Lawrence.
Chair, sorry, I'm sorry. I do have to respond. I didn't say you had made the decision, Councillor Patterson. No, I actually said the decision had been predetermined at the official consultation stage.
Okay.
Right. Sorry, Chair. Sorry.
Stating that that's an allegation. The discussion that's here tonight, the paper is to note the findings of the School Streets Tranche 1. That is what the discussion is. That's what the item is. It's not a discussion. We're not deciding whether anything's predetermined or whatnot. I'm going to move to the next contribution, which is Councillor Spring.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, just a bit of a general comment, really. It was an observation that when your predecessor, Trish Osborne, now MP, was sitting in full council, was talking about displacement, and his response then went along the lines of, well, if we're that worried, we'll just extend the area even further. So that isn't actually rectifying it, he's just pushing it out even further. But I want to talk about the improved air quality, which you state within your report. And I'm just concerned or curious more than anything as to how you've come to the fact that the air quality has been reduced. What I want to know is that since 2023, electric cars have increased by 23.9%. So one would expect to see a reduction in air quality simply because there's been a removal of petrol and diesel vehicles. Has that been taken into account at all? I don't think it has, but I'm just asking whether or not it has. Thanks,
Councillor Chair. Sorry, can I respond? Yeah. Just first of all, let's go back to the comment about we didn't have any data before the scheme went in. Absolutely, we did. And that data was carried out approximately 2 weeks before the schemes went live. So we're working on the before data and the after data, and there was a reduction. That's the facts. In terms of electric vehicles, it's a fair point, but not all those electric vehicles are going down that one road. Yeah, there's still not enough electric vehicles to make a massive impact, but it's on the way in terms of adding that benefit.
It's making the best part of a 25% reduction, so one would expect there to be a significant reduction in and an improvement in air quality simply because of the number of electric vehicles. So then it leads me on to page 128.
Sorry, Councillor Patterson, did you want to come in on that?
Sorry, of course.
I just want to pick up on, I mean, we're in the realms of yet more straw man arguments than a scarecrow convention, but the suggestion that at any point...
Sorry, just one thing. Does Councillor Patterson have to respond with a degrading comment at the start of every single question raised? It's really not good form, sir.
Councillor Spring, do you understand the phrase straw man argument? Because if you think that's offensive, I think you need to find some new pearls to clutch.
Okay,
that's not an offensive.
Let's focus on
exactly, Chair.
Order. So, can we focus just on the policy response there? Thank you.
So, a straw man argument is where it's very difficult to challenge the man that's in front of you, the argument that's in front of you. And so what we've seen here, and once again we're seeing from Councillor Spring, is an example of constructing an argument that hasn't been made anywhere in the report. No one's claiming that school streets are responsible for a massive decrease in the air quality problems of Medway. No one has suggested that it's responsible for the 40% reduction in child casualties. No one has made those claims. Those observations have been made in the attempt to turn them into straw man arguments to then defend. I find that really unhelpful in a scrutiny committee. Look, you know, argue on the points. Argue with me, by all means, on things I've said. But this is the desperation. We're now quoting Councillor Tris-Osmond. I've been in post since the general election, just after the general election, May 2024. I'm here to answer for what I've done, what my officers are doing. And I just think it really ill-behoves members when they go down that route.
I'm sorry then, Chair.
Would you like to go on to your next point, Councillor Spring?
Not really at this moment, because this point that I raised with regards to the electric vehicles is an important point and is something to be considered within the report. And when your officers are undertaking their next review, I would at least like it acknowledged somewhere within there that there is a significant number of electric vehicles, and that will have a slight impact. And it's impossible at this stage to make a comparison between what was and what is. And we've changed the times, we've changed technology. And it's one of those things which is why we're getting, in my opinion, why we're getting a reduction within the air quality. It's not some kind of made up statistic. These are statistics which are known, and everyone around us within this room at the moment knows there's been an increase in electric vehicles. I'm just asking that when you're doing your next review, could that at least be a factor that's considered?
Can I build on your question, Councillor Spring? Yeah. Which is the reduction in air quality the only primary success factor of this, or are there other broader success factors that are more important than air quality necessarily in judging the success of the scheme?
I mean, apart from air quality, I mean, there's the road safety benefits for our children. There's the air quality for our children. This is all for our children. There's you know, the health and well-being factor coming into this, where the parents that decide to change their mode of transport to get their children to school by walking, etc., you have the health and benefits of that. So there are wider benefits. It's not just about air quality. It's about the road safety, the health benefits, and you know the wanting to feel safe for our children. I mean, we've got feedback from parents that say this is absolutely fantastic. You know, we used to be absolutely petrified to try and cross the road, people reversing into tight spaces, children not seen because they're not tall enough. So we eradicate all that, and I think the scheme is absolutely a success. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Patterson, did you want to come in briefly with that? And then I'm going to move to Councillor Campbell.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I'm always keen to see as much data as we can possibly base every decision on. But I think what we need to underline is that at the moment, of course, it's been established that electric cars are a small proportion of the vehicles on the road. So maybe we're not at the stage where we can start making those differentiations. But what is common sense, what is not in doubt, is two things. The number of emissions and the danger posed to pedestrians of a car that isn't there is 100% less than of one that is. So I'm happy that in the data we've got so far, the direction, all we're looking for here, all I'm looking for as portfolio holder in my decision-making process is a broad direction of travel. I'm looking to see that in addition to the instant benefits that we've already laid out of reduction in vehicle movements on school streets, that these are doing no additional harm. There's nothing in this report which suggests that they are increasing any harm. So I'm relaxed about the lack of that specific data, but I'll be really interested to see as much monitoring as possible. I think officers have, while also being celebrated for the fantastic work in bringing in a scheme like this in an area that wasn't necessarily, the pitch wasn't necessarily rolled for this by the previous administration, despite the funding being established for it and it being something that I actually first heard about from a Conservative council colleague at the time. But I'm really clear that this has been driven forward because as portfolio holder, and I give credit to my predecessors in that as well, has to push through the howls of protest from, for want of a better expression, people who in many cases were part of the problem. And I'm really glad that we are now standing up for the majority, for the many, not the few.
Thank you for that. Chris Harrison, I understand you wanted to come in there.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just quickly on sort of the air quality element of this, I think it's important to note that measuring air quality, there's so many different sources of that pollution that can happen in an area. It's, vehicles is one that's really important, and it does contribute a lot to problems for everyone, but particularly children that have got young lungs and smaller lungs and so on and so forth. So anything we can do to reduce that down at the point of where that is being absorbed for young kids is obviously a positive step towards trying to do that. Now, in terms of the monitoring, there was, we would have liked to have additional data before. That's exactly something that we would have liked to have had, but we had a 2-week period prior to that to understand what the data was very locally to that element. And that's what this report is tried to identify, is this is where it was before, this is where it was afterwards, and we're just trying to see that comparison. Now, it's fair to say I work on a lot of school streets up and down the country, and there's not a lot of places that monitor that air quality in that place. Now, Medway has done, I think, a great job not just to understand that and raise the level of understanding around pollution around schools and what that means. And the rest of the data that has been produced allows people to go in and educate kids around air quality and what's happening as part of it. So I understand your point around the wider, you know, we've got electric vehicles, which is great, you know, that's a good thing that we're reducing that down. I think this was very much about how do we monitor that very location to try and capture some of that benefits directly that them individual children will be able to try and find. And that's what the report's trying to outline. But it does caveat in there, this is a difficult thing to just pinpoint one source and say, this is directly this on that. It's really difficult to try and do that. So the report kind of just outlines, this is what we had before, this is what we had after, during these periods. But there is obviously lots of other things that impact on it. So I just wanted to kind of clear that, because it's hard to pick out just the electric vehicles and say, no, this is one vehicle, this is what this produced, this is the issue there. So it allows them to help.
See, I'm totally aware, and actually we're very blessed this evening to have Councillor Simon Curry with us, who has a phenomenal amount of data with regards to air pollution. I've actually listened to him give some public comments with regards to the reductions of air pollution. So, you know, credit where it's due. He has done a lot of research on that subject, which I've listened to as well. Just a side issue, and it's when both my children have got asthma, so I'm very aware of the need to have good, clean air. So just don't take that I'm not necessarily in agreement with the safer streets, that I'm against it, because I'm really, really not, and I know significantly in the importance of having good, healthy lungs, healthy children, etc. But I know for an absolute fact, as a parent, from when my children went to school, and before my knee injury, I used to cycle an awful lot. And we're kind of at the distance where most people, a bit like Councillor Patterson said, most people would jump in the car, but we probably would have taken the bicycle. The problem you've got is primary schools don't have any facilities and don't allow children to take bicycles or the little push scooters with them. I couldn't carry 2 bikes on the back of my bicycle traveling. So it's something as well that would be good if we could encourage the primary schools to have a facility to store their scooters, store their bikes, and get people off the road that way. If you're looking at being healthier and doing a smarter thing, then that's the way. And then one of the reasons why parents do drive their cars to school to drop their kids off is because they generally have to go straight off to work immediately after. They can't then walk 20-odd minutes back home to go and pick their car up. I've concluded all the comments that I wanted to make, because actually Councillor Lawrence stole my thunder quite a bit on those, so thanks. Anyway, no, apparently not, no. But thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor Spring. And as part of this report, you'll see Appendix B, Medway Sustainable School Travel Strategy. And actually, I think that probably contains a lot of actions about improving the infrastructure and providing that parking in schools. I'm not sure, yeah, James is nodding. I'm going to go to Councillor Campbell now.
Thank you, Chair. I have a couple of quick, brief questions about how the thing actually works, and then a wider point. So last time in this committee, when we talked about school streets, there was an issue raised about when school closure dates vary. So like staff training, inset days, or term dates are slightly off between different schools. And we were assured, I think, by your team that was very easy, that you just needed the information and you'd be able to fix that quite easily. So I just want to know how that's working out now, if that's kind of in place and how that's being made sure to, like, yeah.
Yes, no problem. Yeah, so as you know, they are only enforceable on term times. So we work with every school that's within a school street to make sure that it is only term times. Different schools have different inset days, but we work with them. We have them all scheduled in, and before they're due, we check again with the school to make sure, because they do get changed and things happen. So yeah, it's working really well. We've got a good relationship with the schools. I think the schools do put it out on newsletters and things like that to remind parents as well. So,
thank you. That's very positive. So just teething problems, and they were resolved then, yeah. In terms of all the conversations you're having with parents about this and schools, are there groups that represent sort of, say, like Medway Parents and Carers Forum, because they have a really rich network of send families involved, you know. So it'll be good to see if there are ways you can include them in your consultations moving forwards, because it might actually also have increased engagement with parents, with groups like that, because they are well regarded, very trusted by parents, and you might actually get more people contributing to your contributions. So it's rather than just going to schools and, you know, because my kids went to school, and I remember when Ofsted visit, they kind of send out this survey to parents, and hardly anybody really fills that in. It's just how it is. Parents just don't do that. But if you go through these groups, you know, I think you might get better engagement. So I'd strongly urge that you contact Medway Parents and Carers Forum. And the final thing I wanted to say is, and it's been interesting watching the discussion here. I'm all in support of school streets, and I don't know how anybody can object to reduce traffic in front of schools. I think it's just a shame. And I have also received communication from people, not in my ward because there are no schools in my ward, but people I know who are affected. And the thing that characterized all of their issues, what I felt was misunderstanding or misinformation about how exemptions work and how the consultation process works. And I did my best to kind of say, actually, but if this was your case, then this, you know, this is the information. And it's what's happened is this thing has blown out of proportion. There's all this misinformation that's been taken, and it's conspiracy theories have fed into it. Like, this is a war on motorists, this one I've heard. It's just ridiculous. Sloganeering is happening, and the opposition is also kind of capitalizing on this, picking this polarizing project to just create and score political points. And it's really disappointing, because this has so much potential. We could be doing something really, really grand here, Medway wide. And it's really sad that it's kind of fallen into this level of debate where people are, you know, like casting aspersions on the motives behind it, which is just really unfortunate. So what I really want to say is, there needs to be some really thought out comms around this, right? So we have to bring people along, we have to win hearts and minds, and we have to try and really actively try and dispel some of this misinformation, which is quite deliberately being spread out there. So we do need to kind of confront it, dispel it, and create a much more positive narrative. It's also really important for people to genuinely feel that they're included, that they're heard. People want to feel heard. And so we do need to consider that in the comms, that people, you know, that their views matter. We are listening and we are responsive to that. So this report, with all the wins that you've got here, I want to understand how you're going to turn this into some sort of comm strategy, and even ongoing, how that message is going to be. And I think maybe Councillor Patterson has something to say on that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Campbell. I tend to agree. I mean, I come at this genuinely, and we'll probably hear a snort of derision in just a moment, when I say I'm really quite undogmatic about school streets. Not my invention, not my policy, in terms of they existed long before I was ever a councillor or a portfolio holder. So this is a scheme that Medway has certainly embraced, and with the help of officers, we've been able to deliver it at pace, and I think that's a really great thing. But I have not come at this with a closed mind. There are all manner of interventions that can be made to improve safety around the school gate, whether it's cameras on enforcing the zigzag school keep clear markings, which have been a feature of our highway code for about 6 decades, I think, but are still routinely ignored at every school. And I really want to be clear to anyone listening tonight whose children attend a school that isn't a school street school and isn't likely to become one, perhaps because of particular geographical features or whatever that might be. And obviously there is a limit to what we can get done. There's a lot of work involved in this, but I don't see this as the only way we improve safety around schools. That's why when we talked about the 40% reduction in child casualties, that's a feature of all manner of contributory factors, whether that is interventions like 20-mile-an-hour limits that we could introduce or safer vehicles, certainly. But, you know, I think that we could do all of those things. But the criticisms you talk about, the sort of politicisation of this, look, it's endemic. We live in a world where there are literally troll factories pumping out misinformation, some of them quite close to home tonight, but also, you know, more widely, when you look last week at Mayor Zoran Mamdani extending a 15-mile-an-hour speed limit scheme that operates in New York City to every school. Look, I don't know the details of that scheme. I can certainly laud the intent behind it, and I absolutely understand why that has the potential to make New York City an even more livable place than it is at the moment. But the day afterwards, you had the New York Post, a newspaper, a tabloid in New York owned by Rupert Murdoch, spouting the same rubbish that we've heard from the Conservative spokesperson in terms of it's a money-making scheme. We heard that ridiculous ejaculation earlier off microphone.
Sorry, yeah.
And you know, this is the sort of rubbish that's being peddled, and we should be wise to it. And in a way, the instinct is to call it out. The instinct is to descend to that level and get into the argument. But that's what they want. They want an argument about what it isn't, because they can't bear the argument to be around what it is, which is exactly as you say, something that is entirely focused on a clear need, a clear danger identified over many years in terms of the specific risks on that last bit of the journey to school. That's not in doubt. That's not in doubt. So that's the bit of road we really need to protect. Or else all those public information films we used to see were in vain. They were there for a reason. Same reason as you used to see public information films about not running out in front of ice cream vans. Didn't make it up, didn't do it for fun. It's because that's actually how kids very often, sadly, are injured or killed on our roads. So we're making that intervention, and we're doing it with the community. You know, so yes, you can talk about the comms, but I don't think you can really do much to counter people who don't want to share the truth and don't want to hear the truth. We've consulted really widely on these schemes. You know, I can't talk about the schemes that are currently a stage of formal consultation, but suffice to say, that's the third iteration of a scheme that we've gone back with, not reshaped by me, not reshaped by these officers, although they offer their expertise and find solutions where we need to do so because problems are identified, but shaped by those communities. Does that mean that those solutions will always satisfy every single person? Well, I think you have potentially diametrically opposed views on this. So, you know, in the common parlance, you can't please all of the people all of the time. And so what I'm using as my guiding principle as portfolio holder is exactly as I set out. Does this do any harm? Certainly not. And certainly not according to the evidence. Does it do some good? Well, as someone who walked their kids to school for many years and encountered the sort of behaviours that this is preventing, then it absolutely is doing some good. So that's where I'm coming at this from, not from a position of dogma, but as a position of someone who can make a difference and do something that makes an instant impact in the areas that we do it. And I think it's done that so far. And I look forward to more monitoring reports that expand on that data.
Thank you. Okay, I'm very keen to hear the contributions of Councillor Hamilton and Nesterov, and then we will close this item.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to make a few things. So I've listened to what many of the committee members have had to say tonight. I've picked up on a few misunderstandings. Whenever we're looking at the report, we're talking about air quality improvements, not air quality reductions, which one of our committee members referred to. We're talking about air quality being improved. We're talking about air pollution levels being reduced. This is all good news. This is great news. The fact that we've got noticeable reductions in air pollution outside our schools. I have walked my daughter to school for many years. I have experienced inconsiderate driving where I have had people dropping their kids off at the same school, driving on the footpath where my child and I were walking and could quite clearly see me. I had to move my child from the footpath out of the way of inconsiderate drivings. So as far as I'm concerned, anything that is an intervention that is going to make it safer outside the school gates should be welcomed by all members of this committee and all members of the Children's and Young People's Committee. Furthermore, when we're looking at air pollution, the amount of idling outside gates of schools is appalling. If we are able to remove idling and the appalling behaviour of idling full stop, and we can see a change in behaviour across Medway, that would be fantastic. So I welcome the first report on school streets, and thank you, Alex, for the work that you've done. Finally, I really do want to pick up on the deliberate misinformation campaign that's been peddled by several members of the Conservatives over the last couple of weeks. Clearly, children's safety is not a priority. It's about scoring political points, and that is something that is abhorrent to me. And just factually, not all of us can afford electric cars. Only 5.5% of the UK vehicles are currently electric. So if you think that everybody's going to rock up to your school gate with an electric car, you're seriously mistaken. We are in an area which has lower average household income. So how on earth do you think everybody currently owns an electric car and it's okay to rock up outside a school? Outside a school, just because you drive an electric car doesn't stop you being an inconsiderate driver. It just simply stops the amount of fumes currently being emitted outside a school gate. So I have two questions. Clearly, we have had quite low rates of responses. We know that the silent majority are usually the ones who are in agreement with what's happening. However, we also have a very vocal minority in many cases, and I'm just wondering to what extent how can consultations moving forward address that dynamic so that the range of stakeholders, not just parents or teachers who work in the schools and also breathe in the nitrous oxide from the emissions, and the cleaners, and the people who cook the meals for the kids every day. How can we ensure that local community, different groups, that we are getting the views of the silent majority as well as the vocal minority? That's one question. And then finally, just in terms of exemptions, I do understand the concerns of local residents and the misinformation campaign around the exemptions. So I would really clearly like to see some work done on publicising in really plain language, plain English, what exemptions there are, how they apply to local people who live within the school street schemes areas. That would be my two things. Obviously, we cannot do much about the continued deliberate misinformation campaign, but we can do things about clearly explaining exemptions and ensuring that consultations are taking on board the silent majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
Thank you, Councillor. Just in terms of communication, we do everything we can to reach out to everybody. I think in this instance, we've learned a lot, and there's more we can do, certainly to reach out to the people that haven't responded. And we're actually drawing up a plan at the moment to try and improve that moving forward with our other schemes. I mean, one idea is to hold exhibitions so that we can, you know, draw in the public so that they can come and discuss it with us. I think that's going to be a really good way forward, because we will also get them to co-design as well, and that's what I want to see. I want to see us working together with the community. So yeah, we're looking at improvements, and we will continue to improve. In terms of exemptions, I think they're widely publicised on the web. Yeah, I'll let Jane come in. She's got the detail, but yeah.
Can I just come back? So I often hear it's on the website. Okay. Local people don't want to go to the website. They want someone to have a conversation with them. They want someone to address the concerns that they have. And I'm just wondering, I know that it's an intensive approach, but school streets areas are not particularly large areas. So we could potentially do one-to-ones. We could go and have conversations with our residents just to go through and talk about, this is my situation. Would I get an exemption? Yes or no? And actually really address on a face-to-face basis those concerns that local residents have within the scheme area. It would also then pretty much kick out of the zone any of that misinformation that people would have picked up from Facebook or other, Trump's truth. I'm sure he's going to, at some point post something about it, because clearly, he posts about everything else at the end of the day, depending on whatever. The only other thing I wanted to raise is that somebody mentioned about the war on cars. The thing that we're talking about here is the war on children, okay? Idling at school gates and inconsiderate driving is declaring war on our children at the end of the day. It's saying we don't care about their safety. We really do not care about their safety. Let them get killed outside our school gates. Let them breathe in toxic fumes. We really don't care. So the war that we should be concerned about is the war on our children outside the school gates and inside the school gates.
Thank you, Councillor. Just on the exemption, so we do have a policy that's online. I appreciate not everybody can get online. When a scheme is approved, we do have a comms process where every resident and everybody that's entitled to one is written to within the school street. So we say, this is coming, this is what it is, this is how you apply for exemption, this is who is exempt. And then we write to them again saying, right, you can now apply for your exemption. And there's help contacts on there of who they can contact in the parking team. We've got a dedicated parking team within the team that deal with exemptions. But yeah, we can definitely try and reach out to people that can't reach us online and things like that. But we do a process, and we warn people. We give them a good 6 to 8 weeks to apply for their exemption. But we'll definitely cover that next time. Thank you.
I just add, thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for those questions. This brings back an earlier point where school streets, they don't work in isolation. They complement a number of other initiatives that we offer. And I mentioned earlier the school travel plan. That's absolutely key in capturing the voice of the school community in terms of that journey to school, in terms of the safety, in terms of the active travel. Just on the idling issue, quite agree with you there, and we link up with their air quality environmental colleagues. And I know, again, through the lights of the travel plan, we offer anti-idling campaigns and such like. So there's a lot of work to be done, and I agree, through the travel plan, linking with the wider stakeholders as well is absolutely key, both now and as we move forward with this programme. So, thank you.
I'll be really quick. It was just picking up on something to do with the fact that we don't have scooter and bike sheds at school. So all of us are councillors. We can go and have conversations with the governors in those schools. Some of us are actually on multi-academy trust boards. We could have conversations so that it becomes policy across our multi-academy trusts. And I'm quite sure some infrastructure funding could be found to build a bike shed at pretty much every primary school.
I think we would all agree with that. I'd love my kids' primary school to have a lovely shiny bike shed. Okay, the final contribution I'm going to come to tonight is Councillor Nest.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. First, because we just finished with the bike shed, I want to say that our school does have a bike storage, and a lot of children are using bikes going to school, and it's very, very, very comfortable. I want to say that I really support this scheme. Obviously, any schemes that brings safety and makes our children healthier is something I would support. I can't imagine what kind of person will not support a scheme like that. In terms of the things that we heard from the opposite bench over there, well, none of the things that was said are actually facts. The facts we have from the council, and what we have from Council Warrants is mostly an opinion. And any reasonable person, when making a decision, will weigh the facts versus someone's opinion. Let's not forget there are people in this country and everywhere that are of the opinion that the earth is flat. This is an opinion, it's not a fact. The facts are in the report. And if you read them, you would see that it makes our children healthier, it makes the school and the streets safer, and it reduces pollution. It may not contribute to all the pollution that is reduced, but it's part of many other things that will reduce the pollution eventually. There is a saying that when facts speak, even gods are quiet. I don't know if anyone heard that, but that is how it is. And just manufacturing or saying, oh, that's not like that because cars moved someplace else, well, where is the data? Can I see? Did they move there? This is just an opinion. Let's make that clear. What I wanted to say and to ask is, I'm really happy to see that we are recognized by Active Travel England as good practice. And what does that say about the council evidence-led policy making? As well, I wanted to address one more thing that was said again from the other side. Money-making scheme, wrong. We have the data here saying that there is a reduction in PCNs over time. That means people are aware of the scheme and people are no longer getting fined. That means the scheme works. It's not a money-making scheme. It's a scheme that protects our children and makes them healthier. Again, what kind of person will not support that? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Filmer, last contribution on this matter.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Just for clarity, I spent many years trying to reduce the KSI figures. We were one of the first councils to put money into the Kent Messenger walking buses. I attended many, many things trying to make it safer for children to go to school. So please don't tar us all with the same brush.
Are you supporting the scheme?
Thank you. That's for that contribution. I am just about to go to ask for a proposal from the Vice Chair. So a very, very brief contribution, Patterson, please.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chair. Yeah, just, absolutely, I don't think that Councillor Filmer can be held responsible. We had a former leader of the council, though, who, when he wasn't out shooting wildfowl, was shooting down plans for 20-mile-an-hour zones and essentially saying over his dead body. And sadly, it's other people's dead bodies that we actually have to deal with when we don't tackle these problems. So I'm glad to hear that you were on the side of the angels on that one. I just want to finally say, look, you can't have it both ways on this. You can't say that there is a massive groundswell of opinion heaving up against school streets and then say, but there's only been a certain number of responses to the survey. That doesn't speak to something that, when implemented, actually elicits the sort of responses that I think are being fomented by some bad actors on this. You compare Greenvale Academy with its Mode Shift Stars Award in a Labour ward, supported with a school street and with councillors who are prepared to engage with all of the benefits that brings, with those in areas where dissent is being whipped up. You can't have it both ways. And the suggestion that this is some sort of poll tax dissent could only be spoken by someone who was clearly never at any poll tax demonstration that I ever saw. So I think, again, speaking to ignorance there, this is absolutely making a difference, and I'm really proud of it, and I pay tribute to the team for all the work they have done, are doing, and will do in the future.
Thank you all. Thank you all members for this discussion tonight. Obviously, this has been a discussion where we've all contributed. There have been passionate contributions on all sides, and actually the importance of scrutiny is not just around decisions, but also the thinking on all sides and making sure that there is clarity on that. So I thank officers. For me, I'm a parent. I want my kids to be able to get safely to school every day. And the best, most joyous part of my day is that 20-minute mile walk to school. I really appreciate that. And I thank those that are trying to really help to encourage that to be a safer, more pleasant outcome. So I'm going to pass now to the Vice Chair for a proposal, please.
Thank you. I put one specific request down from the beginning of the discussion about how many exemptions have been declined. I think that was the only specific piece of other action. The committee's asked to note the findings of the School Streets Tranche 1 monitoring report. It was actually set out in the agenda supplement and supports the continued development of the programme informed by this evidence and national best practice.
Is that seconded? Okay, I'm going to, so all those for that's recommendation, please put your hands up. Okay, all those against? Thank you very much, and thank you all for that discussion. I'll just give a couple of minutes now for the change of personnel now. So, and apologies to anyone who might have missed their train home. Do we just want a 1-minute break just in case anyone needs the loo? Hello and welcome back to the final segment of tonight's Regeneration, Culture and Environment Overview and Scrutiny Committee. The next item is a members' item on the facilities management contracts. Councillor Lawrence will introduce this report, followed by a response from officers.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for allowing us to bring the members' item, and thank you to Councillor Maple and Councillor Curry for attending. I hope not to get quite so many personal attacks from you two guys, because I know you're nice fellas. Yeah, okay. Yeah, absolutely. Can I just say that this item was brought not because we're questioning the process that was undertaken, because we know that this council is absolutely scrupulous in the way it procures large contracts and small contracts. We have no issues with that at all. But what I'd like to understand is the political element of the decision that was made, some of the comments that were made at Cabinet in January regarding when North staff were taken, and some of the implications of moving away from Medway North into these 9 now contracts. So, Chair, I'm very happy with officers' response to the questions that are being asked. I've got no questions on those. I have a few additional questions to tease out some of those points, and I'd be happy to get straight into it if that's acceptable.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Just a very brief outline from Adam, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just first and foremost, say thanks to Councillor Lawrence for bringing this to the committee. Obviously, this is a significant transition for the operational day-to-day of the council, and a lot of work has gone into it from an officer perspective over the course of the last 18 months, perhaps, maybe 2 years. And a lot of the people involved in that process are in the room as well. Conscious that you'll have a few questions that we'll need to answer. You know, I appreciate a lot of the debate is a political one. We're here to answer all those questions, and just to be really clear to the committee, the way that we've managed that is that the officer client lead for the transition is Ruth, and he's here to answer questions that are general across the approach that we've taken. And the lead for the facilities management transition is Sunny, ably assisted by Dan. So, as I say, we're all here to support that, and just to thank you again for bringing it to the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Maple, did you want to say something?
Yeah, just regarding opening remarks. I heard Councillor Lawrence's opening remarks that procurement's fine, so I might just head off, but I'll probably stick around for a bit and say probably 2 or 3 quick things. Genuinely welcome that comment at the start. I'm really proud that out of my portfolio, procurement is an area I don't have to take great levels of detailed scrutiny of, because I know the officers are doing it on an every single day basis. Obviously through Bapinda, I have a regular catch-up and overview of that, as you would expect. And I would agree with you that I have no concerns from a procurement perspective on this. As I kind of gave a minor trail at full council, one of the things that when we took over the administration we found is there's no contract in place between Medway Council and Medway North. And that's important at any time, but that's particularly important as we head towards local government reorganisation. So as Adam has said in his opening remarks, that's taken a lot of work to consider and look at. And it's worth saying that in 13 years, it's right and appropriate to reflect, review and retain where appropriate. So we've seen, since this process has started, a number of services staying with Medway North, most notably, I suspect, waste and send contracts, but there are some others as well. Some of those services being brought back in-house and some being procured through the normal processes to other contractors. The other thing I would say as well is that there's actually been an open competition tender which Medway North has won recently. And again, I won't go into the details as to the finite details of that, but they were a strong organisation and were clearly the best organisation, which is why they were successful, and it went through Gateway 3 with Cabinet recently. The final thing I'd want to say before we move to questions from a political perspective, at the heart of some of these changes, and this is about
money's important. We all know money's important, but it's about quality of service and management and the ability to reflect that as we move forward. I've been acutely aware, and particularly through Sonny and Dan, of the individual impacts on people who are going through TUPE processes. Both, obviously, we've got a legal responsibility as an employer taking some people back in-house, but also, as you would expect, I hope, we've taken an interest on those who are moving from Medway North to other providers as well. And on the whole, that's been a pretty good process. We're not contractually obliged to do that. We're not obliged to do that as a service receiver, but I think we've got a moral duty, frankly, and so I've been pleased with that. There have been one or two very minor issues which have been ironed out, and again, I pay tribute actually to Sam Beck-Farley again for her excellent leadership in that area. So really, and as was said by the chair, I welcome this. Is a very helpful members' item. It is important for scrutiny committees to look at these processes. So from that perspective, I look forward to the questions we're going to go through tonight. I say from a political perspective, Simon and I are ready to answer, but there'll be some technical questions which I think will probably sit with officers, probably slightly more so than I would normally go to officers, as people will know. But I think for this, because there is that level of technical detail, we will do tonight. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, any further member on this item? I just saw Councillor Lawrence's finger. Did it indicate very quickly, and then Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, I did indicate I had some additional questions to the ones that were submitted, Chair. I should, just for the record, note that Sonny met with me an early part of the tendering process, and also Phil Watts made himself available to discuss some of the financial implications. So officers have been very open, which is exactly what we'd want. And Councillor Maple, I totally agree with you. Whilst we don't have a legal duty to look after staff, we do have a moral duty, and they are in the main residents in Medway, and we want to make sure that that transition for them is good. Right, if I can just get into the questions, Chair. So the Deputy Leader of the Council at the Cabinet on the 13th of January made a couple of statements actually regarding Medway North. One, that at that point the TUPE discussions had already started, and that wasn't the questions I asked the Cabinet, you'll recall, I didn't get the answer to that one. So I just really want to understand exactly when the TUPE discussions started with Medway staff. And also, Councillor Murray, and I'm sure it was said in the heat of the moment, as we say a lot of things in the heat of the moment, basically criticised Medway North for the lack of information and the lack of data sharing. And yet, I was contacted by Medway North's staff after that saying, well, she must have been living in a different universe, because there are regular reports from Medway North at the time. I think on monthly, possibly a quarterly basis. So can officers just clarify those 2 points? The exact point when Medway North started the TUPE discussions, did Councillor Murray just once again just slightly get it wrong? And also regarding the reporting on the existing contract, were those reports timely? Were they on time? And was there good discussion between officers and Medway North on the provision of those contracts?
Yep.
Thank you for the question. I think there's a difference here around communication and engagement around, if you like, highlighting the fact there'll be a TUPE process. That was something that we talked with Medway North very early on, around about summer 24. Just to be clear on the legal element, because Medway North employees aren't Medway Council employees, we're not able to engage with them, if that makes sense. So when that process first began, in terms of the TUPE, the rules are quite strict. There's quite a strict way of approaching it. So it was always us working with Medway North to try and have similar messages, if you like, and try and craft that together. So we've been working together on that and that was triggered by the Gateway 1 process. So if you can imagine, we didn't want the Gateway 1 process to go out and then employees hear for the first time that some of the services they're working in are suddenly going to be re-procured. What does that mean, etc.? So we made a lot of effort between us, Medway North and Medway Council, to look out for staff and get that communication straight. But just to be clear, that was something we worked with Medway North on. It was their legal responsibility to communicate with the staff, which they did in terms of their very early days, yeah, in terms of that engagement.
Okay, so but the TUPE process wouldn't have happened until after Medway North were informed that they hadn't been reappointed on those contacts.
So exactly that. So that there's the engagement and the discussion, and then there's the formal TUPE process, which kicks off with a measure of letters, which again is after you've gone through Gateway 3, you've appointed, cool-off period, and then you can appoint. So that was around about February, and March was the first time that both Medway North and the council were formally able to engage and meet with Medway North staff.
Thank you. And then on the information sharing?
Yeah, so I think obviously it was originally done 13 years ago, and if you like, there was a kind of transfer of those services. And I think it's fair to say that over 13 years, Medway North as a joint venture partner have taken on a lot more. And some of it was informal, some of it was more formal. So I think the work has grown, if you like, over the 13 years. And I think sometimes the reports that came back didn't always reflect the full picture. And again, I think Councillor Maple's spoken about it. Dan and myself have spoken about this around trying to, if you like, tidy that up, sit down, discuss with Norse around that reporting and whether or not other things need to be included, other services, etc. And then getting to the point where that was no longer fit for purpose in terms of looking forward at a more hybrid type sort of option. So it's not a criticism of Medway North, it's just I think that the beast grew a lot. We sat down, and again, I think it became less fit for purpose in terms of that reporting. It was more difficult to do it. So we sat down and worked together around what that scope would look like. We obviously invited, I know this is leading on a little bit more from your question, we would have absolutely welcomed a bid from North, to, if you like, Medway North, but it wasn't something that they were interested in. But I think it just grew to the point where we needed a bit more direct control, and those reports weren't as fit for purpose as they used to be.
Thank you, Sonny. I think that clarifies the point about TUPE and the reporting. So therefore, is it fair to say, because there wasn't a formal contract in place, the ability to twist Medway North's arm on some of this nil pay work or these favours actually works in favour of the council? Because obviously, if there is a contract in place and there's a schedule of rates of work, you would have had to have paid for those contracts.
I think it was a mixture of both, to be honest with you. I think it was 6 on one and half a dozen on the other. And I think, you know, Ruth may come in on some of the wider elements and services that were included. In terms of FM, there's nothing specific that we've taken within the £6 million budget envelope and the services that we've procured where there's anything nil cost. I think there's something around some sort of fruit and veg that was supplied at one of our sites, which was welcomed and was great. I can't really comment on any of the other nil cost elements, but I think the lack of a contract worked both ways sometimes. So sometimes as well, if you go to Medway North, appreciating they're a joint venture partner and obviously we're working together, sometimes you just had to take the price that they had because there wasn't a schedule of rates. So it's kind of, do you see what I mean? It was sorry for the
no, I totally
answer.
get that point. I can see. It's just picking up on Councillor Maple's point that the justification for this was there is no contract in place, but actually having no contract in place actually could have worked for us and maybe against us.
Thank you. Who wants to come in there? You've pointed at each other, councillors.
I'll go first, and just on that final point, I think Sonny's explanation is absolutely spot on. Is that it's not a kind of definitely good, definitely bad. It's some and some, and I think taxpayers would expect us to go, well, we just need that clarity. And on your previous point, I think from a political perspective, what I was always clear on as council leader and as person responsible for procurement is that staff, hard-working Medway North staff, should never find out in the Medway Messenger. Now, because of our democratic processes, which are right, that just makes that slightly more clunky than if you were just TUPEing from private sector company A to private sector company B, and you haven't got to do things like have a cabinet meeting in public to talk about some of this stuff. So I think, and to give credit again to Medway North, that was handled in a way which is as sensitive as possible, bearing in mind we've got that kind of far more greater level of scrutiny than other TUPE transfers that would happen across the board. So as Sonny said in his initial response, that conversation was happening for some period of time. So was there a conversation about TUPE? Yes. Between people who are looking at all of these things. Was there a conversation with staff about TUPE? No, because it wasn't appropriate till we'd gone through relevant processes. But we, at all points, ensured that people found out before it was in the public domain. But that's a really, sometimes the timing of that is really tricky. And again, I pay tribute to officers who are here, to colleagues at Medway North, and indeed, in particular, Sam Beck-Farley from that perspective.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Just moving on. So in terms of, sorry, did you? Oh.
Yeah, just to come in a couple of things, if I may, Chair. Thank you. Firstly, I'm just sort of add to Vince's comments about the way the need for this. I mean, you have to remember that if you're in a situation where you come in and find that there is no contract with one of your major contractors, which is costing millions of pounds, that is a real massive concern. Leaving aside whether it's a good or a bad thing and it goes both ways, that's not relevant. Not having a contract for that quantity of service and money is not acceptable. And we chose very early on to look at that. I mean, the contract procedure for the council is very clear. A letter of intent is not a substitute for a formal agreement. It may be interim only. An interim for years is not interim. That is becoming established. And we needed to sort that. And we all recognise that. And the massive amount of work done by Adam and Ruth and the rest of the team to get us to where we are is just to be praised, really strong praise for what we've managed to achieve. It's not been easy. It's been really difficult. And it doesn't help to hear for the first time that members of North staff went to you, Councillor Lawrence, and talked to you about it, and you didn't come to us and say there's an issue. It would have been really, really helpful and collaborative if that had happened, but obviously that's not in the equation here. So one of the things we had to do was address a number of key issues in the putting together of how we get the North services right. Firstly, the partnership has been brilliant over the 13 years. There is absolutely no question. The standard of most of the services we're really happy with and wanted those to continue. The creation of doing the FM work and going out to contract and some of the green space changes and stuff like that, after a lot of consideration and loads of conversations and debate, that's what we decided as an administration to do. And the officer teams involved, particularly led by Ruth, picked it up and said, right, what do you need doing? Let's get on with it. And they've delivered in spades. So that's really positive. We've brought about 4 major pieces of work in the last sort of 18 months, 2 years. One of them is getting this budget sorted for this year, which is always important to sort the budget out. The second is a business plan, which is about to be published in the next few months. The third is reorganising the governance of Medway North and how that operates. It's a much more collaborative and engaged process than it was before, which I think we're all starting to see the fruits of that now. And finally, the really tricky one was the contract, which has created a lot of headaches for us in how we put that together. But operating without a contract could not continue. It wasn't a sustainable situation. Apart from anything else, along with all the other things, it put the staff at risk. We're operating under a system with no contract. It's not a way to protect your staff, and as simple as that. We have now all that in place, pretty much. Except, we're right on the verge of getting that done. So I think from our perspective, that's the approach we've taken from the word go, and we've had a brilliant, as I've said a number of times, brilliant support from the team of staff, and really strong collaboration from the staff at Medway North as well, and North Commercial Services. We've met with them several times over the last 18 months, couple of years, and they've been very supportive as well. And as we move forward in this process, not only do I feel very strongly that Medway North is in a better position, as we approach the LGR boundary, Medway North needs to be fit for that future as well, with whatever the new authority looks like and wants from services. Medway North needs to be part of that journey with us, and that's now happening, which is a really positive thing as well. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
I don't remember asking a question about any of that, but I'm sure it was helpful to the committee. Thank you, Councillor Curry. Just in terms of the TUPE staff, I'm assuming that we've done a full gap analysis on terms and conditions, pay, pension and holidays. And I notice in the report that you say that Medway North staff will be retained on their existing contracts, staff contracts for 6 months. Do I read into that then the Medway North staff are better paid than they would be on Medpay? And how are we going to handle the transfer from North's contracts to Medpay contracts? Or, even worse, are Medpay contracts more generous than the Medway North? So I'm just trying to work out in my head whether there is, in 6 months' time, we're going to come to a point where there might be an issue around potential unions being a bit hacked off, that they got 50 odd staff on one set of terms and conditions and the other 2,000 staff on other terms and conditions. And also, is there a budgetary impact of that change?
So just answering that question broadly, and Dan, you might want to come in with more detail, but basically the very simple and short answer to that is there's a £6 million budget and it's all being done within that. And the £6 million budget is less than what we predicted in terms of Norths and inflation and so on and so forth would be. I think it was in the region of about 6.6 million. Also within that 6 million, we've got just under about 500k to mop up anything in terms of anything else, in terms of services or anything that needs to happen. Because bearing in mind, we know it's a huge challenge. There's a service that's been run in one way for 13 years. We've obviously got an interesting, challenging year ahead, and that's why we've got some contingency within that as well. In terms of the headroom, again, Dan can come in with the detail, but my understanding is that basically if they're in Medway, then they have the same MedPay element, and I don't think actually North is paying any more at all, so I don't think they're in any way disadvantaged. And then in answer to your other question, again, if they are more advantaged, the fact is that we've managed to procure the 9 services and the hybrid internals within a £6 million envelope with contingency to see us through a challenging year. I'm not going to pretend it's not going to be difficult. Like I said, proof's in the pudding. We have some buffers in that, and we have a team to manage that. But Dan, I don't know if you wanted to specify any more detail on that.
Yeah. So just to add, in terms of the initial 6 months, when staff come over, that's when we will be reviewing with staff. It's optional for staff to come to us in terms of whether or not they want to move to new terms and conditions on MedPay. So that's something we'll be working through with staff members and HR. And again, it's all will be contained within the 6 million. I've actually looked across as well. I've looked across at potentially where people would fall within the, if they were to move within the MedPay side of figures, doing an analysis of the TUPE information that come across, and it's all absorbable.
Okay, so on matters of TUPE and review, is that more appropriate for employee matters to consider those questions when we get to the review point for that, as opposed to this committee tonight? So sorry, these matters are about TUPE and about employment. I'm just wondering whether some of these matters might be more appropriately answered at Employee Matters Committee as opposed to this committee.
I think that's correct in terms of the detail, but obviously the broad question, I hope we've answered that. Yeah.
No, I'm satisfied with the response. I think what will be interesting in 6 months, I might well ask the Cabinet to actually give me that final number and what actually happened, because in 6 months' time, then maybe we'll actually know what that number is. Shall I just, I'm very happy with that answer.
The final thing I'd say is, of course, what we have got, we know we've got a number of people transferring back who were originally Medway Council staff. So again, the cost of, say, pension provision actually will be higher for some of them than originally perhaps they would expect, Medway North were expecting. So the fact that they've come back in won't be any additional cost for them. There will be some additional cost potentially for those staff who aren't coming in the LGPS, but that's, again, that has been considered in the calculation. And that will still come in within budget. So it's worth saying that for some people that they're coming back rather than joining for the first time.
You know, and actually it's good time because the contributions to LGPS is going down, of course. So that's good. There are no Medway staff transferring out to the one of the 9 contractors, are there? Let me ask you the question, the reason why I'm asking that. Just doing a bit of research on this. There's something called the broadly comparable pension requirements, where we are, if we TUPE staff out, we have to pick up the pension. There's something about pension liability should the subcontractor fail or something like that.
So the broad principle first, and then Dan can tell you whether there are any people. Exactly, that's what Medway North had to do. So when they first took on the team and they were 2P'd over to Medway North, they exactly that had to honour broadly the same pension benefits as the people that they were taking on board. And that principle applies the other way as well in terms of any private companies taking on. But Dan will be able to tell you whether or not we've got any numbers who are doing that to the outsourced teams.
So, sorry, I'll have to get the numbers out from another report to let you know on that, but I can certainly provide them. Yeah, in terms of actually, there's no Medway Council staff trooping across. It is Medway North moving across, and it's 3 of the contracts that they will be moving across. The most notable one is the cleaning contract.
Right.
So that was all previously provided, I think, in the previous report.
So there's no liability on the council for preserving pension rights at all?
It will be from Medway North to another.
Great. Thank you. Yeah. Just very quickly returning to the nil cost gaps, did you actually get to a figure what the value of those additional what we might call a variation in a contract that didn't exist, but we must have priced that over the year? Because for me, if you were sitting there doing this procurement exercise, you might say, over the last 3 years, we've extended the contract to include these 4 or 5 items that might be quite small. There is a cost, there would have been a cost. If something like that happens with one of the 9 contractors, they're not necessarily going to do that as a freebie. So I'm just wondering what the benefit of Medway North was in terms of that nil cost stuff. Unless I've totally misunderstood it, I think you said in your previous answer you didn't know if there was any nil cost.
So the only one we've identified that's specific to the FM service within the £6 million budget envelope was literally provision of fruit and veg, but I'm happy to be corrected. If you have other information, happy to take it offline and then address it separately. I don't know whether Ruth, so just to sign off the FM side, all of the services we've scoped within the £6 million is all the information we have from Medway North and our own information of what we think services are needed. So they're all costed. Yeah, but that's why we've got a contingency, because inevitably after 13 years, there's going to be some elements that between Medway North and us, we haven't thought of or missed, and we are going to be mopping that up as we go along. So that's our FM element. I don't know, I don't want to put Ruth on the spot. Are there other nil cost elements that we're paying for from the other services that are remaining? Because I'm not aware of any more in the FM. But again, happy if you want to email me and we can respond if there's anything else I've missed.
Look, I'm really conscious of the time. I don't want to drag out these really tiny technical points. We can move on. I just wondered, obviously, what we're aware of on this side is that part of the FM contract paid some of the central costs for North, and that's no longer there. And North retain, at the moment, the waste contract, for example. So I was just wondering what the status of the waste contract, I know there's been some work going on, but I've not seen any formal announcements, what the status of the waste contract is, because once again, one of the benefits of a no contract is there's been no real increase in the waste cost, despite us building a couple of, 7,000 to 8,000 new homes. So I'm just wondering how that might impact the budget next time.
Thank you, Councillor. So, as you've said, there hasn't really been any changes that have been levied against the council by Medway North, over the last 13 or so years. I think collectively we'd all say we're very, very happy with the waste contract and the way the waste contract's gone. And certainly as the lead client for Medway North, but also the person responsible for the waste contract, I was very keen that we weren't throwing out the baby with the bathwater when we looked at this. So it's very difficult for me to say to you, we're absolutely getting 100% value for money, and a contractor couldn't do it for less. But what I would say is, having spent many years managing waste contracts and about 11 years managing the one here, I think even with if we were to go out now to the market and we were to say, okay, there's X amount more properties, I still think we'd be getting a really good deal. And until you test the market, you can't say hand on heart that's the case. But we do a lot of work looking at what's going on in the waste industry all the way along, because there's so many changes that are always coming through with simpler recycling and other things that are coming on board, and we still feel that actually yeah, okay, we've had to consume some of the overheads for the joint venture. We knew that was going to be the case, but a huge amount of work's gone on with finance colleagues to actually try and work out, does that mean that we're in overall worse position, same position, better position? We took the decision that actually we're still in a very good position, financially and also with the service going forward.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Maple now after that. But Councillor Lawrence, I think some of these are much more detailed than the broad principles put out in your members' items. So it might be worth you putting these questions in writing and then a written response is provided and then circulated to
Sorry, with all due respect, Chair, I bought a member's item for an item that's very important. This is overview and scrutiny. I've got a few more questions.
8?
No.
Okay.
Okay, but I'm going to keep going, Chair. I've sat here and been insulted by Councillor.
Okay, sorry, Councillor Hampton, I'm going to bring in another member.
Quite a few of these questions are actually employment matters remit, and I don't understand why this minutiae level of detail about employment matters is being discussed at the Regeneration, Culture and Environment Committee.
I have no more employment questions.
Okay. I'm going to go to Councillor Maple, and then if we could consider wrapping them up into 2 or 3 pertinent questions.
Thank you. I wanted to make the point that although the contract isn't signed yet, so this is subject to the final signing on both sides, the timescale of it, i.e. the number of years, is cognizant around LGR. What you're not going to see from that contract, for example, is a 21-year contract. I think that would be very foolish for any council to sign a 21-year contract for a service which is currently being delivered. So, and you'll see this when it's done, and we will share that privately and publicly in due course when we've got the final situation there. But rest assured, we're not signing up the new authority for 2 decades, for example. Hopefully that'll give you some peace of mind.
Thank you for that. I mean, I was just asking what the status is of the waste contract. I didn't ask any other question. So we're in the process of negotiating a new waste contract. Would that be where we are today for the remaining period of before LGR?
For all of the services which currently remain with, so the 4 services that are listed.
Yeah, that's fine. That's all I want to know. I look forward to the actual final versions of that. Good, very good. So, look, I mean, on the political question, I was just wondering, you good Labour Party people, really what this was all about was creating a DLO and bringing Islington style. And I know officers have actually been and talked to Islington about their experience. So I'm just wondering what you didn't quite get there, you couldn't make the numbers work. Is the intention, if we were continuing as Medway, that actually you would be creating an Islington-style DLO for the services here in Medway?
Councillor Curran.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, the answer to that question is simple as that. No, it hasn't really formed any part of our discussions whatsoever. I think you have to understand things, if I can, with your permission, Chair, just to give a slightly wider picture. The Medway Council has 3 local authority trading companies. So there's the Kindy and the MDC ones are ones which we have, obviously, we're the key owners, with the shareholder. We've got a cabinet subcommittees for those. And we're getting those. They are looking to start really good, sound position now as we approach the LGR changes. And that's really important consideration. And Councillor Maple referred to that a moment ago. In terms of Medway North, it's slightly more complicated because of the joint venture arrangement. So what we're looking at is a Medway North, and this is in conversations with them and with North Commercial Services and everything as well. We're talking in a lot of detail with them, that we want this Medway North company to be really sound for this next 5+2 year period, which is the contract arrangements we're looking at. And if we can get that in place and get that soundness in place, then we've got a company that can cross over the LGR boundary and be there for the future, including all the workers and the staff and what it means for Medway and the wider North Kent area, whatever that might look like. And in the context of that, getting that the organisation as a JV from its commercial interests up and running is now a key factor. Hence what I referred to earlier about the business plan. We get the business plan in place in the next couple of months, and that's not only looking at the current contract and the current services that are being delivered, and the liaison board oversees that and looks at that and works very closely with that. It also looks at what the commercial opportunities are for Medway North as a LACTO for the council and a JV for the council, and we need to focus on that. So that's our business model, that's our business approach to how we're doing this, and DLOs didn't really come into any of our considerations for that.
This is about pragmatism, not ideology, frankly. And if that had been the case, we could have used, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we could have used the TECL rules just to say, we're going to give this to Medway North. We didn't do that, the most recent contract. And we could have equally said, we're not going to contract that to anybody, we're going to deliver that ourselves. We didn't do that either. We went out to open competition, and the successful organisation to deliver that for our HRA was Medway North's Commercial Services. So this is not about ideological, plenty of us around this table have got ideology, but actually when you're governing a £690 million organisation, pragmatism trumps everything. And this has been a pragmatic approach to say, after 13 years, finding the governance that we found, and for clarity, look, SIPFA in their second report to us were really explicitly clear that having no contract could not continue. So this is about listening to that external advice as well, and I think we found a good situation to continue the great stuff that's happening, to bring some teams back in-house where that is the most appropriate measure, to have other contracts where that's the most appropriate measure, and to welcome Medway North's winning commercial contracts directly rather than through TECL, because again, they were the best providers. So I think that to me says we are taking all appropriate approaches through this process, working with them as an organisation, as a joint venture.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Sonny and then Councillor Curry, and then I think I'm going to recommend that any Councillor Filmer, you can have a short technical. I'm going to recommend any other technical questions are put in writing, and the answers to those are distributed to the committee.
I have no other technical questions, Chair. I have a couple of general questions and I'm finished.
I'm minded that we listen to those two responses and then Councillor Filmer, because we still have other business to conduct.
Very briefly, in the Gateway 1, we did talk about the hybrid approach, because obviously we had the bookends of either a total FM option or, as you were referencing, a DLO type sort of thing. Officers genuinely looked at it in terms of what the in-house elements that we kept. We wanted to make sure we had intelligent clients. We needed enough people to make sure that we could manage the services. Things like Gun Wharf, where we were all in one building, it made sense as well to retain some of those services. So there was an element of practical, if you like, design of a hybrid option, and that was what was proposed to members. And then we also outlined that in the Gateway 1, just to clarify that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just to emphasise, why would we change something that's working? We mentioned how good the way service is. The HWRCs have got a 98% customer satisfaction. We're not going to change that. It's working perfectly and doing a brilliant job, and everybody's happy with it. There's no reason to do anything about that except to say thank you very much, which we did. And we actually went round all the sites and said thank you to the staff. So,
look, the waste contract is the contract that this previous Conservative administration set up. We know how well it works. But the thing is, you've spoken about two things. You've put the waste contract for 2 years or till LGR, but you've let an FM contract for 7 years. Though you've seemed to have missed that point in this. But I won't ask, you can have a think about that one. I just got one final question, Chair, and that was, we've now got 9 contractors. Obviously, when we were dealing with Medway North, we worked with one contractor, we had one management board, we dealt with all of our problems. What are the structures you've put in place to manage these 9 contractors, to make sure that they are delivering the contracts as written, and that nothing falls between the gaps, particularly around health and safety? And also just to note that 2 of those contractors have got very poor reviews in things like Glassdoor, I think it is, where they have lots of things around, they're not a nice place to work. And also there is some I think it's Trustpilot reviews around lots of missed appointments. I'm sure you've covered all of that element in that procurement process?
So I'll let Dan answer around the specific companies. In terms of, we might need some more clarification on that in terms of who you're referencing. Just in terms of, back to my earlier point, we've retained enough people to have an intelligent client, basically. So we've got a number, we looked at the governance and the structure. We're going to be reporting quarterly to the Corporate Landlord Board, so we'll be held to account by that, and it's not going to be a look how well we've done. It's literally going to be challenging ourselves around what we haven't done, where we need to improve, and so on and so forth. So in terms of that compliance element. We also will have a technical services team that will oversee performance on compliance, so we're taking it very, very seriously. Again, it's still a learning curve, but we set up everything we can, and we're not just setting it there. We will learn if there are things that we need to adapt or adjust to within the first year. We're accepting that, and we'll be working. Again, Adam leads on the Corporate Landlord Board. We will be held accountable, and obviously we'll be held accountable to the portfolio holder as well. We also have a dedicated compliance and building safety manager that we actually brought in, I think, about a month or so ago, a couple of months. Longer than that, yep. They've been working through that with Medway North in terms of that compliance. We've got a very detailed list, and we're going through that. So that's another resource. And in addition to that, we also inherit someone from the North team who's also the technical overview. So we get that, if you like, that previous experience, so we're not starting from scratch. So I just want to assure you there is definitely structured governance and monitoring framework. We are not taking this lightly at all. We are absolutely deadly serious about it as landlords, making sure that we do that appropriately. If I hand over to Dan then, if there's anything you got around specifically around the companies mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of any companies that we're contracting, this is where we'll have robust contracts in place. We've got robust contracts in place. We've got KPIs to measure and monitor, and we've got performance indicators throughout the contracts, hence the importance of having a contract in place to do this. And we have termination clauses within those contracts. So if they are failing, we can take them to task.
Thank you. Councillor Filmer.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've always been very supportive over the years of Medway North, having been chair of the board and on the board with Ruth. And it was a partnership that was very open, and Norfolk were very good. They invested a lot of money in Medway, and I'm very mindful of the fact that if it hadn't been for Medway North, we wouldn't have had the waste contract that we've got today. Because had we gone out to the open market, we obviously tested the market for renewing the contract on the waste, and we were millions out had we not had the control we had over Medway North. Now, the embarrassment of not having this contract signed has been going on too long, but I've always been on the side of the taxpayer for Medway. Medway North were given a good service to the people of Medway. We made sure, being on the board, Ruth and myself, that we got everything done that we wanted done in the different departments, waste, green spaces and everything. I'm just mindful that having seen the finances every year for North, what they're left with, some parts of it are, well, one part makes no profit whatsoever because it's not allowed to. You could end up with the profitability of Medway North struggling, and taking over the FM, you're going to end up with, as Andrew said, 10 companies. The control over them is going to take quite a bit of controlling. There used to be, with Medway North, a crossover. So when we needed people to do the snow clearing on the paths, you took them off green spaces, you're going to lose a lot of different things. And I'm afraid, I think the taxpayers are going to end up, it's going to cost them money. I don't think we're going to save anything, and we won't get a better service. Just my opinion.
Thank you. I have no one else to speak on this agenda item, so I'm going to pass to the Vice Chair for a recommendation.
The committee is asked to note the comments from the Director of Place in response to the members' item.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Thank you very much. On to the next item, Capital Budget Monitoring Round 3, 2025 to
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep this incredibly brief. This is just the normal budget monitoring for round 3. All the information is in the report. Happy to take any questions members may have.
Any member? Other than to say it looks bang on target, so it's always good to see. Thank you. I'm going to go to the Vice Chair for a proposal.
Committee is asked to note the results of the third round of capital budget monitoring for 2025-26, and the committee is asked to note the changes to the approved budget since round 1 as set out in sections 8.1 and 8.2 of the report.
Is that seconded? Is that agreed? And now we're on to the revenue budget monitoring round 3 to 2025-2026. And for the final time at this committee, Dave Reynolds will introduce this item.
I just feel like it deserves an applause.
I don't think I do.
Hung around this entire time.
Thanks. In the interest of time, I will not do an introduction. I will just open it up to questions. I'll take the report as read.
Thank you. Any contribution? Any member want to note this report? I do note that there has been an improvement in the trend, I think is important to state. Although it seems to be swings and roundabouts, some staff savings, but also increased pressures with temporary accommodation. So we note that. I shall pass to the Vice Chair for a proposal, and perhaps we could include a vote of thanks for Dave in that formal proposal.
So the committee is asked to agree the recommendations set out in the sections 1.1 to 1.5 of the report, and also to note our huge thanks to Dave Reynolds.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Excellent. Is that agreed? Excellent. Now we're on to the One Council Plan Performance Monitoring Report and Strategic Risk Summary for Quarter 3 2025-2026. This report is for noting only, so no officer introduction is needed. Does any member want to note anything or ask anything about this report? Councillor Lawrence.
Just a very quick one. There's a lot of empty data in this report. I don't know what it is we're actually scrutinising. There's lots of pages that say there's no data. Just to note, I think in other reports elsewhere that employment is a real key issue in Medway, and I think we're red despite Councillor Mayhill's really wonderful report on what's going on in Regeneration. So I'll just make that comment. The only other comment I wanted to make is I was sort of cognizant of the government's announcements on the 16 priority measures. And as I said at audit, I'll be much happier looking at 16 measures than the 557 measures we have to look at in these reports. I'm just wondering what officers, what's happening corporately in terms of the One Medway plan and those 16 national priorities and how they see this changing over the period.
Okay, I'm going to pass to Adam.
Thank you, and thanks for the question. I think we've had this conversation before, haven't we? I think that the team looking at this have kind of reduced it down, obviously acknowledging that there are certain stats that aren't updated as frequently as the report comes out, which is frustrating, which results in the gaps that we see. But again, I'll take it back to the team in BSD to sort of ensure that we continue to look at it and take the 16 measures into account. And I agree with you, less is more with this. Yeah, we'll take that one away.
Thank you very much. Again, the other thing I just wanted to note from reading was the fact that we haven't seen a change in the risk profile, and that's always something we need to pick up at this committee. I'm going to pass back to the Vice Chair for a proposal, please.
Thank you. So there was the request to continue to review the size and shape of the report. The committee is asked to consider the quarter 3 of the 2025-26 progress of the performance indicators used to monitor progress of the Council's priorities as set out in Appendix 1 to the report, and the committee is asked to note the strategic risk summary as set out in Appendix 1 to the report.
Thank you. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Okay, petitions report is for noting only. So any member got any response on these 2 road safety matters? Okay. I will take that as well. I mean, usually it'd be good to discuss these longer, but given where we are at the stage tonight, I'm not proposing that. So I'm going to pass to the Vice Chair for a recommendation.
The committee is requested to note the petition responses and appropriate officer actions in paragraph 4.1 of the report. Thank you, Chair.
Excellent. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? And the final moment of the night, Nicola, Couchman, it is your time to shine.
It can be taken as read, but I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, to note for the audience, this is the work programme item. Any members? Okay, can I go to the Vice Chairperson for a proposal, please?
The committee is asked to note the report and changes set out in section 4.2 of the report and agree the work programme as set out Appendix A to the report. And the committee is asked to note the action log as set out Appendix B to the report.
Is that seconded? Is that supported? Agreed. Agreed. Thank you all for tonight's session, and thanks to all officers and people who represented that. Thank you all. This session is ended.